Shalom and shalom, children of Israel. It's your IG militia coming at you first off and foremost with a new edition of Hebrew Tribes Channel, giving all honor, glory, and praises to the Most High King, the I Am that I Am of Exodus 3 and 14, Ahaya Ashar Ahaya, through the name of Yeshaya, Yasha, my Savior, in the name of my Savior, Yasha, Yeshaya, that's Matthew 21 and 9, through the Holy Spirit wisdom, which is Kakamawa, that's Proverbs 8 and 9 and 1. Family, with this one, I really don't want to waste no time. I want to jump right into it. This is going to be Feminism, the War on Women. And before I start, I want to give a disclaimer on everything, okay? This is in no way, shape, or form an attack on women. In contrast, it is a comprehensive study on the attack on women. So this isn't an attack on women, it's explaining the attack against women. So my sisters, I really need you to tune into this. I really want y'all to understand the war that's being waged against y'all, and it's being made to seem as if it's something fruitful. And it's not. Okay? Through the philosophy of feminism, okay? With this doctrine that has trickled down to misandry on a mainstream level and in the household and family structure. In this production, we are focusing on the commonality and the majority that follow this ideology, not the minority. I'm going to stop right here. I know many sisters and seen many sisters that do not follow, do not adhere, do not promote any of this ideology at all. They don't champion it. They don't hold it in some high regard. And I'm not here to attack those sisters, but I'm here to attack the doctrine of I'm here to attack the doctrine that is being followed by the other sisters. Not attacking the sisters, but the doctrine. Because everything we do on this channel, we go back to the roots, the origin, to see where all this stuff comes from. Instead of fighting on the surface, he said, she said, let's see, where did it come from? Okay? It says, I am literally giving up the game. I'm giving it up. Like I said, the game is to be sold, not to be told. Well, all you got to do is pay attention. I'm giving it up. Okay? On how feminism is satanic to the core. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. I'm not trying to paint everybody with a broad brush. So please understand, we are attacking the doctrine of feminism here, okay? And what it's turned into today. I said this. I said women are being lied to by the system, by their own family, friends, and loved ones, and by men who are profiting off all the twisted doctrine of feminism and misandry. So I'd like y'all to just walk with me through this. We're going to get right into it with section 1, the birth of feminism. So we got to see, where did it come from, okay? And it came from the evil one, okay? Genesis 3, 1 through 6. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Most High had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath the highest said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? Right here, he's asking Eve a question, the serpent, which is Satan speaking through the serpent. A question that she knew the answer to. Let's continue reading. And the woman said unto the serpent, we may eat of the tree, we may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, Ahaya has said, ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. So she knew the rules, okay? Eve wasn't confused about what to do and what not to do. There was one rule. There's one rule, family. Not to deal with the what? The forbidden fruit. And there's a reason, because it led to death. Is everybody rocking with me right now? It led to death. 1 second. Now this is the serpent answering Eve back. It says, and the serpent said unto the woman, ye shall not surely die. This is why Yeshua Christ calls him the father of lies. He lied right here. This was the first lie in history, right here. For Haya doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. See, at that time, they only knew good. That's why there was no need for clothes or anything like that. Eve, the black Adam and Eve, the real Adam and Eve, were walking around unclothed in truth, living forever. Death had not even entered into the psyche, into the universe at this time. Okay? It said, and when the woman saw the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, because some things that look pleasant to the eyes is not good. I got a homeboy who's really deep into nature and hunting, and he'll say the more colorful and bright something is, the more poisonous it is. Dealing with animals, right? It says, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also to her husband with her, and he did eat. This is where Adam went wrong too. So I'm not one that puts all this on Eve. Even though Eve was the first, it is what it is, Adam was wrong as well. I'm not one that just blamed Eve and not Adam. They both was wrong. Because Adam shouldn't have ate. Adam knew, and Adam told Eve. Okay, and this is why it says here in Sirach 25 and 24, of the woman became the beginning of sin, and through her we all die. Speaking of Eve, okay, because when, and it's not, again, it's not to bash Eve, but it's just stating, like I just spoke, the facts. When she partook of that fruit that was not supposed to be touched or ate, that's how sin entered into the body. That's why people say, well, how can people live good lives and be charitable, loving, caring, kind, believing, and still die? Because at some point, sin entered into their body, because we all sin. Nobody's without sin. Not me, not you, not your preacher, your pastor, your mama, your daddy. Nobody's without sin. And how did sin get into the world? Because the fruit was eaten in the very, very beginning. Okay? And Satan didn't go to Adam. Satan went to Eve. Okay? And in this lesson, I'm going to show. Now, I'm not saying that the fruit is feminism. Please don't nobody clip this, because that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that one of the doctrines, the main doctrine that's used to attack our women, is feminism. It's attacking you, sisters. Okay? And this is nothing but a warning. I'm giving you the game. Okay? Because I don't want to see y'all fall to this, man. I don't want to see. I got two daughters, yo. I don't want to see them fall to this. Okay? Let's keep it 1,000. Genesis 2:18. And the Most High said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make an helpmeet for him. So this is before the partaking of the fruit. This is when it was all good in the garden, all good in the hood. Adam looked around, seen the bear had a mate, the lion had a mate, the dolphin had a mate, you know what I'm saying? The beaver had a mate. All these animals had mates, but he didn't have a mate. You know, and this is when he entreated the Most High. And what the Most High say is not good that man should be alone. So, brothers, we value our sisters. Like, I understand that there's a lot going on out there in the world, and, you know, emotions is running high. Okay? But the fact is, you talk to any man from prison, he knows the value of a woman beyond sexuality. Okay? I'm not just talking about sexuality here, though. We're going to touch it. It's not just about that. Companionship. That nurturing spirit. It says in the book of Maccabees that a woman's spirit is softer than a man's. A woman's soul, is softer than a man's. We need y'all here. Without, like I told a friend, without women here, the world would just be a giant locker room. Which is cool when you with your boys and y'all playing sports and y'all, you know, getting your man, you know, your testosterone and you're playing your sports and you're doing, you know, guy stuff, as they say. But at some point, you want to come home to your guy, you know what I'm saying, to your wife, you know. And you don't want that same energy at the house, you dig? So, the woman's job, according to Genesis 2:18, was to be a helpmeet. I'm going to break this down, okay? I need y'all to ride with me. Y'all don't fall off the ship, please, okay? I'm going to break all this down throughout the lesson, all right? So, helper, help me. It's a masculine, singular noun. Strong's Hebrew 5828, to help, secure, one who helps. So it's one who helps, okay? And brothers might get on here like, oh yeah, you're supposed to help. You'll drive the help. The thing about it, I'm going to speak to the sisters here. You got to help somebody that's on the path that you want to be on. Example I give a lot is if, let's say you're big into working out, you're big into veganism, that's your thing. Then I would suggest that you find a man that's big on health and fitness, and he's vegan, and he got his stuff under control. Now, he ain't one out here just spreading the seed. He got 8 baby mamas, but he's a man of the Most High, number one. That's number one foundation. And then moving forward, he has his purpose, which is something that you already adhering to. And 3, you can help him. You can help him meet that. That way, y'all will be on one accord. Instead of getting with a brother that's maybe, you know, following a religion or following a doctrine like of the church where they're eating unclean, and then trying to get him to see it your way and mold him, and not. That's not how that's gonna leave you tired and alone at the end of the day, because that's not your place. Your place is to help somebody, so why not help somebody whose situation you're already adhered to? You dig what I'm saying? It just makes it easier on yourself. Like if you have an idea for a business and you get with a guy that has an idea for a business and he has his business up and running, he could bring you, that can be your head. You can move along the road with him doing something you like, and there'll be no resentment. Rather than getting with somebody that's doing something that you don't really adhere to. Because what that's going to do is bring resentment down the line. So that's just my advice to you sisters. Being a helpmeet isn't a bad thing either. Okay? And I'm going to get more into that, but help somebody that's going to the direction that you comfortable with, that you good with. And understand that he has to be a man of the Most High. We're going to get more into that too. Because again, we're covering not just the sisters, but we're covering the man, we're covering the children, and we're covering the order of Ahia, Yeshaya, man, woman, child, that we have strayed so far away from. Okay? So Revelations 12:4. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, and the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. So this woman isn't a literal woman, though I know some breakdowns say that. This woman is a metaphor for Israel. Israel is the woman. Christ is our bridegroom. You dig what I'm saying? Or the groom. We're the bride, the church. And we're less than him. He's above us. So that doesn't mean that we're not important. That doesn't mean that we don't matter. That just means that there's a pecking order, and we're under Yeshaya. We're under, when he returns, whose rule you think we're going to be under? Ain't nobody moving him out the way to rule. He's ruling. Why? Because the Father who's above him chose him to do so. He's not ruling on his own accord. He says, I do what the Father does. So I want to get into this real quick. It goes back into the Willie Lynch letter. How they basically attack you sisters, okay? Brothers, how they attacked our sisters dates back all the way to slavery, okay? And that didn't break us, because I want to say this going forward, and I'm going to say this at the end. But the enemy is very subtle and very calculative, meaning that they don't sit up here and, let me turn this down. The enemy's very calculative, meaning what they realized was that they couldn't outright destroy us. They couldn't outright come and fight with us. Okay, you go back to the story of Balaam in the book of Numbers. They couldn't defeat the children of Israel. We're too strong. So what they did was they will put stumbling blocks, place idols in our land, and, you know, have us fall to that. Because when we look over and see the Gentiles, this the same reason we wanted a king, the same reason we followed our forefathers, followed a lot of pagan practices, because we look at the Gentiles like, man, they party, they're having a good time. We're not having no good time like that. Let's go over here with them, and they got these idols. Oh, I don't mind worshiping no idol. And the snowball went down the hill, the snowball effect. So, during slavery, we still held our marriages together through all the tortures and everything that came with that. We still held them together. During the Jim Crow era, y'all can look at the race, we still held them together. Before the 60s, we still held them together. It wasn't until the late 60s, early 70s that our households began to fall apart. Okay, and there were many different factors. I'm not saying feminism is the only factor. There are many different factors. Feminism was just one of them. But the thing about it is, it's the one that they use through the woman, because they realize that the woman is an intricate part of the household. Okay, and I'm going to get more into that. A woman is very important to the family structure and to society. And this is why when the women are out of order, what happens to the children? What happens to the household and the men? No different than when the men are out of order, of course, but we're speaking on feminism. They bypass the man, just like Satan bypassed Adam to get to Eve. That's what feminism has done. Let me get to it. Okay, this is from the Willie Lynch letter. I want y'all to listen to me, family, Israel, listen. It says, test her in every way. This is what Willie Lynch was writing to the slave owners on the coast in Virginia and all throughout America. Test her in every way, because she is the most important factor for good economics. If she shows any sign of resisting and submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract that last bit of resistance out of her. Take care not to kill her, for in doing so, you spoil good economics. And I can tell you, as a finance major, this is horribly true and wicked. Not the fact, the horrible part is how they break in our system. That's the horrible part. They breaking y'all through the system. The true fact is that women do spend the most money. You look at shopping. Men don't really go shopping like that. Men don't really spend money like that. When it comes to songs on the radio, stuff that gets played, gets clicks. There's a reason why rappers, singers, entertainers in the music industry cater songs toward women. Because the women are the ones buying the music most of the time. Not to say men don't, but I mean, we're talking facts here. We're talking facts here. Women are the main consumer. Okay, this is why you notice they'll sell a car, and who they have standing in front of the car? They'll have like a car lot. Who's standing in front of the cars? They'll have a tire, a shake, a Fanta commercial. Who are they zooming in on doing the dancing? Right? Women. Okay. Now let me show you how they got to you, how they bypass the male to get to you, sisters. It says, we reverse nature by burning and pulling a civilized Negro apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. They beat us men to death, burned us, whipped us, tied us to, you see the Levi's logo where they got the man tied up, or the jeans, tied up, and one horse is pulling this way, another horse is pulling the other way. That's how they ripped apart slaves. This was a torture tactic. They did this to men in front of the women to show them what happens to strong black males. And if you see in our society today, any strong black male that stands up for himself, what do they do to him? He's publicly humiliated, he's destroyed, everything. Okay? So this is where they took us out of the picture originally to promote this doctrine. It didn't take hold until the late 60s, but nonetheless, this is what it is. It says, by her being left alone, unprotected. They say the black woman is the most unprotected. I don't really argue with that. But the fact is, they got the black male out the way. They made sure to attack the black male first. It says right here in the letter, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. What was Boosie's song? He literally spelled independent.
In the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Understanding is the best thing. Therefore, we shall go deeper into this area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking process of the female. We have reversed the relationship in her natural uncivilized state. By her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. In this
Let's keep it moving. And I don't even knock it because the man was taken away from you, but the man didn't choose to leave. The man was taken out of the picture. That's why I say it's a strategic war. It's not a gender war. It's a strategic war. Even Christ said they must first bind the strong man. Why? To spoil the house and his goods. Didn't choose to leave. The man was taken out of the picture. That's why I say it's a strategic war. It's not a gender war. It's a strategic war. Even Christ said they must first bind the strong man. Why? To spoil the house and his goods. Who's at the house? The woman and children. Okay? In this this frozen physical state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reverse roles for fear that the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent. These are these baby boys. It's where you get that beta male, where you get that F-boy, weak-minded male. Okay, he's mentally weak and independent, but what? Physically strong. He's into sports. He's working out. His physique is on point, but he's mentally what? A boy. He hasn't reached manhood yet. I'm going to get on some brothers. It says, just to paint the picture. I'm not here to bash anybody. I'm just painting the picture, man. It said, but physically strong, because she has become psychologically independent. Here goes the moneymaker. She will train her female offsprings to be psychologically independent. Do you see what I'm saying? Because you can't trust these males. What have you got? You got the Negro woman out front, black girl magic, and the Negro man behind and scared. I want you to put a pin in that because we're going to recover that at the end of this episode. Okay, you got the Negro woman out in front and the black man behind her. This is not our structure. This is not biblical structure. This is not a natural structure. This is the structure of the system that was given unto our people, that we have championed as something that deserves to be praised, and it couldn't be anything further from the truth. So that was from the Willie Lynch letter. And this is from govinfo.gov/content. I'll have the rest of the link in the description box. But basically, the government has basically said, yeah, we've used these things. Okay? So we're going to get into the definition of a diva, because now we're going to get into the spirituality aspect of it. Okay? Diva. Definition of diva. It says, noun, a famous female opera singer. Okay, the second definition, a famous female singer of popular music. Third definition, a self-important person who is temperamental and difficult to please, typically used of a woman. This is why I refuse to call our sisters divas. I refuse to call them that. Okay? It's a glorification of somebody that's temperamental and difficult to please. It's really an insult in that sense. You dig what I'm saying? That's what the Most High call haughty in the scriptures. Haughty and high-minded. Yeah, that was a reason for the curses. We're gonna get more into that as well. But the etymology, here's the second reason. Probably the most important reason why I don't call them this. Is because it's from Italian. It literally means goddess. It literally means goddess. And if you look back in the scriptures, every time Israel went astray worshiping goddesses, the cities fell, the people fell. Without equivocation. Okay? So, this is the origin of feminism. Okay? This is the origin of it.
I wanna fly, can you take me far away? Give me a star to reach for, tell me what it takes, and I'll go so high, my feet won't touch the ground. Just hitch my wings and pull the strings. I brought these strings that all fall.
Introducing Venus from Gillette, the first razor designed to make you feel like a goddess. Protective cushions surround 3 blades for the closest shave ever in just 1 stroke. So close your skin stays smoother longer. And that's something all goddesses are entitled to. Now individually sealed blades are easy to store, easy to change. Venus, reveal the goddess in you.
So this is the origin, the original. Okay, so we're going to get into section 2, the illusion of equality, okay? Because there is a myth of equality of men and women. We are not equal. We are not the same. Though there, in some aspects, we require the same thing. Men and women require respect. That's nothing but a fact. Men and women require love. We require sustenance. We require some form of structure. That's true, especially if the structure is going to benefit us and our families. We definitely require that. The problem is many of us have foregone the structure of the Most High to adopt the structures of the world. Okay? And one of the structures of the world is the difference between a godly marriage, a holy marriage, and a marriage of the world. There's a prophecy that they will be married and given in marriage. Someone might ask, what does that mean? Well, let's get into it. Okay? The myth of equality of men and women. So number 1, divorce court. Okay? Let's get into divorce court. When it comes to the children, statistics show that women are awarded child custody in nearly 90% of all cases. A bias against men in child custody cases has been around for decades. Okay? For decades, starting again late 60s. That's when it really, really fell into place. Okay? And according to the Bible, the fatherhood is the lineage. This is why the so-called baby daddies, ex-husbands, fathers of the children are always going to be important to us males, because even those that have no idea about our heritage and who we are as a people, they understand this. They understand that the father of that child is important. It matters. This is why, a message to you sisters, who you decide to procreate with is extremely important. You're not, I used to tell this back before I even got into all these studies, excuse me, is that you're not just connected to that person for 18 years. You're connected for life. That's always going to be your child and their child. Always. Okay? And according to the Bible, why? The lineage comes through the father. Every time. You'll notice with paganism, the lineage comes through the mother. I covered this in the last series when you're dealing with Judaism, when you're dealing with Egyptology. This is why you got these brothers running around talking about the black woman is God. I got something for that too. But this is why they've elevated the woman above the man to say that the woman dictates lineage. No, the man has the seed. The seed determines the tree or the plant. If I take an apple seed and plant it anywhere in the earth, whether it be China, Africa, or Brazil, it's going to grow that apple tree. Same thing with the orange seed. Okay? That's just how it's science. The woman represents the earth. The man represents the seed. Okay? Another thing, the house. There are 3 main ways to handle the home. Sell the house and split the proceed. One ex-spouse keeps the home and refinances the mortgage to remove the other from the loan, or both former spouses keep the house temporarily. Basically, when you get divorced, they get the children, they get the house, brothers. This is just the truth, sisters. This is the things that feminism teaches women. Marriage is this, marriage is that, but you still see a lot of women chasing marriage because for some of these Babylon New Age minded females, the marriage is a get out of jail free card. It's a what's the word I want to use? It's a retirement plan. You get to start off, you get the children, so you get some legacy, and you get the house. Number 3, alimony, spousal support, maintenance, or spousal maintenance. They get spousal support, I believe in Texas, it's after 10 years. And depending on, what the judge says. So this is all things, men don't really get these things, as you can see. If you look at the numbers, and I got some stats, I'm going to have a site in the, I'm going to have a link to a site in the description box where you can look at all this stuff.
Wouldn't be afraid to get married at this point. Look at Kobe. Look at what he's going through right now. Right? Guy's getting a divorce. His wife's gonna get $70 million. Never hit a layup in her life. You know, can anybody explain these divorce settlements? Can anybody make sense of these fucking things? Tiger Woods' wife, $250 million. She's a babysitter worth $250 million. Somebody, go ahead. Somebody, explain, justify it.
Assets. If you live in one of the community property states, you know, Arizona, Wisconsin, Cali, Washington, Idaho, Texas, Louisiana, New Mexico, or Nevada, the law treats all the money you saved as being equally owned by both of you. So brothers, that means if you're a brother that comes into the marriage making $50,000, she's making $30,000, then maybe she stops working, you get to make $80,000, $100,000, whatever. Half of that is hers. Okay. Now, to an extent, like with Dr. Dre's divorcing situation, just using this as an example, a lot of brothers, and again, a lot of brothers go left and be like, "Oh well, she don't deserve nothing. That's his money." Well, not exactly. She was there from the beginning to the end. She wasn't some floozy he met in a layover in Vegas and they got eloped. She was there through the thick and thin. She deserves something. But the thing about it is, most of these marriages that end, the women are getting half. That's regardless if they cheated, anything, or whatever happens, they're getting half. So regardless if he did wrong or she did wrong, the woman's coming out with half of it. And usually, in most cases, the man is the provider, the big earner. So with brothers getting married, you risk all of that. You risk the children, you risk the home, half your stuff, you risk, the equity of the house. Everything.
Women deserve half in a divorce. Cruciism. Let's see what they got to say.
True see back again. Topic of the day is divorce and how alimonies are settled afterward. Me personally, I feel like men are getting penalized way too much. She doesn't. So we're gonna get to the bottom of who's right in this equation. Stay tuned.
I don't even want to, man. I already know this going to, I know this going to trigger me. I already know it. I know it. I can tell by the manual.
Yes, women deserve half, if not more. Anything less than 50 is unrealistic, to be honest.
Hey, prenup. You came in.
What do you have to protect if you're getting a prenup?
Everything.
You better be making sure you have some assets to protect
my
if you get
savings,
a prenup.
everything I came in with.
Y'all be yelling prenup, but what are you trying to protect? That Xbox?
Hell no.
Okay, well, if he has nothing to offer you and, you know, if all he got is Xbox, why do you want half of that anyway? All right? why you want half of it anyway? So why not sign the prenup? He ain't got nothing, right? Okay. I just don't
understand. No damn half and no divorce. Because at the end of the day, a lot of times when that man met that woman, she wasn't making nowhere near half of what that man was making.
Do women deserve half in a divorce? Yes. Run me my money, please. Run me my money. Period. Yes, we do.
Deserve half of what? Hell no. I think anybody who's in a relationship more than 10 years deserve half of whatever y'all built for the last 10 years. Period.
Why do you deserve half? Tell me, why do you deserve that half?
Because we went into this marriage together. Okay. So we built a life together. Okay. So I deserve half because I put my time in. I want my time back.
So my time not valuable?
Yeah, it is, but I still want my half.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So, but you taking my half.
As valuable.
But you taking.
Bitch, I met you, goddamn. You was working at Ross. I thought you was cute. Took you out on a date. You know what I'm saying? And shit, we wind up getting together, move you into the crib. You ain't have to pay too much or nothing. You know what I'm saying? You quit your funky ass job because you talking about your manager. You don't like him. Okay.
Facts.
Okay. Now we've been together. Fast forward, goddamn 7-8 years. And now you trying to leave me. We had a baby already because you got some fool ass tricks in your ear saying that you're going to get more money up out of me. But bitch, you wrong, huh?
Like, I don't care if it's man, I don't care if it's woman, I don't care how it goes. If we've been together for 10 years, we've been sacrificing, living, and making this life together. Period. We wasn't building separately. If we were building separately, then oh well, we had lived separately. There's no reason for us to get married.
You're not losing anything. I'm giving away my half. I put in just as much time as you. I work just as hard as you. I worked 80 hours, you know,
80 hours.
Every 2 weeks, whatever it is. I worked just as long as you did. So why am I losing my half to give it to you? I get them every time. I get them every time.
So that's just one of the things I wanted to go into as far as the divorce. Again, I have the stats in the description box, and some of them are really sad. And I'm gonna tie this into how to combat this. So I don't want y'all to think I'm just going into a sad story. This is bad, bad, bad. But I'm giving you the facts. I'm telling you, sisters, if you have sons, okay, and they get with the wrong female. And I say female because if she ruins his life, that's a nice word to call her. But if he gets with the right woman, of course, he'll be set. He can have a legacy. He can have that house. He can have everything. But that's the whole thing. Are we going to follow the Most High's plan, or are we going to follow the worldly plan? Because our kids see what we do more than what we say. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just giving y'all the facts, man. And this is why a lot of men are scared of it. It's not just that, oh yeah, I feel this way one day. If that day ever comes where that those feelings ain't there, and there's no foundation on the word, and she leaves, brothers could lose everything.
Divorce. Yes. Run me my money, please. Run me my money. Period. Period. Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Okay? They talk about, you know, marriage and this and that. The man doesn't profit from it, sisters. I'm just telling you, we don't profit from it. Our profit is you, if you stay. That's it. So if a brother marries you or wants to marry you, you need, and he's a thoroughbred man. I'm giving up game all less. I'm telling you, you need to really evaluate that, because he's not winning anything if it goes wrong. He's losing. This is really a hard choice for a lot of people to make because of this. Number two, shelter. Okay, this is the society, and the reason I'm going into this because with a lot of feminism talking points, is probably should say this at first, is that this is a patriarchal system. We're fighting the patriarchy, the man rule, religion, this and that. Men, bad, bad, bad. Well, men are running this, and you get the house, you get the kids, you get half the stuff. This is a system that men are running. It ain't us Israelite men, but men nonetheless that are running this. And you get all that. You get, let me go back. Children, house, alimony, assets. It said the divorce rate per 1,000 married is nearly double that of 1960. Oh, excuse me. The divorce rate per 1,000 married women is nearly double that of 1960. And nearly 70% of divorces are initiated by women. And that number goes up to 80 and 90% depending on the category, okay? So the divorce rate's double that what it was in the 60s. Focus on the 60s, y'all. We're gonna get into it later. Shelter. By 2004, about 2,000 domestic violence shelters were operating in the U.S. Almost no one opened a domestic violence shelter for men. When I looked at the domestic violence shelters for men, and I'm going to give a little bit of my testimony here. I'm a victim of domestic violence from a woman, okay? And I can say the research I did on a lot of men don't report. Even I'm telling you, I didn't report it until the last minute, until it got that bad, where I had to report it or else it was going to go way left. But the difference in the statistics of domestic violence when women say, oh, men be beating women and this and that, I'm going to say, yeah, I've seen that. Even in the area I live now, there's no craziness, there's no, wildness. It's really a calm place, but the few things I've seen is that, the domestic violence. But I can say that it's only like a 5 or 6 percentage point difference between men and women. It's really not that big. And then you got to think about all those that go unreported. But as far as that goes reported, the difference isn't like women 75%, men it's 50. It's like 26 and 21. Okay? So Again, this is a patriarchal system, but there's over 2,000 for women and almost none for men. And I've even heard stories about where ones for men get shut down. So this is the patriarchal system that the feminists complain about exists. So you get it in marriage, you got plenty of shelters for domestic violence. What does the men have, right? Not nearly as much. Let's go to incarcerated rapes. So we're talking about crime. It's almost seen a lot of crime a lot lately, you know, with Young Thug and them, and you know, and what the other dude's name, YFN and all these guys. It says the gender of federal inmates is 93.2% male and 6.8% female. You see why I get on brothers not to do crime, sisters? Because the system's looking to put us away. Why? Is 93 to 6.8? 93% to 6.8. That is a gargantuan difference. Why? Because like I said in the beginning, when I read the Willie Lynch letter, if the male's out of the picture and he's doing 12 to 20, you're out here independent alone with the kids. He's out of the picture now. They have no male structure. Not to say that, you know, men don't do things that get them locked up, because it's a lot of times what they do, but it's just a point. You really think men are doing 93% of the crime, or is that the system is lighter on women? You'll find it's the latter more so than the first. They don't charge women as much for the same crimes. This is all facts. It says out of a total of 185,500 federal inmates, this makes 172,800 male inmates and 12,700 female inmates. Again, 93.2% of who's locked up is male. Why y'all think that is, sisters? Okay. Number 4, the workforce. Now, I really need y'all to zone into this, because this is something I looked up before in the past, and I had to revamp and look this up again just to make sure that I'm on point with it. All right. It says here, excuse me, y'all. As the U.S. economy continues to see consistent job gains, women are now in the U.S. workforce for the first time since 2010, according to the latest report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Currently, women make up 0.04% of payroll jobs in the U.S., signaling that women are benefiting more than men from today's tight labor market. And again, a little bit of my testimony. I had a homeboy back in high school, and you know, we was out there, you know, kind of remind me of the movie Juice. You know, just young knuckleheads running around kicking up dust, and we tried to get jobs. We used to go apply. We used to go try to put on a nice collar shirt. Y'all know how hot it gets in Texas, especially around spring and summer. It's 101 degrees today. You did. So we're going up and down the highways and byways. We trying to get a job. We putting in applications. I mean, we're not getting no callbacks, no interviews, nothing. I mean, we're struggling. But a girl that we went to high school with could just walk in there, some flip-flops, some booty shorts, a little tank top. Hey, you want to get a job? It's easier for women to get a job, especially for Israel, for our brothers. Understand this. It's easier for our sisters to get a job. Sisters, understand this is easier, especially with the affirmative action that happened as a result of the 60s. Black women were counted as a double minority because you were a woman and then you were black. So the corporations would get a double tax break if they hired you and didn't hire me. You dig what I'm saying? And a lot of sisters, instead of seeing that and saying, okay, well, I'm going to take this home to the family, and we gonna merge what baby's doing with this, and we gonna build. It was more like, oh, I don't need no man. I got a job. I got a career. And a lot of sisters will say that even unto this day. I don't have a husband because I'm focused on my career. That's BS. And why? Because white women, Hispanic women, women of other races can have the same career and still have a husband. They don't cancel each other out. You can have a career and a man. I don't want you barefoot and pregnant in the house. You dig what I'm saying? A lot of brothers feel that way, especially in today's market where you really do need 2 incomes. So that whole premise is broken down with this, and there's more facts on this. You know, they'll headline, you know, the wage gap, but when you do the research to see if there's a wage gap, there's really not one, and I'll show you why here. It says activist groups like the National Organization for Women, which is now, have a fallback position that women's education and career choices are not truly free. They are driven by the powerful sexist stereotypes. In this view, women's tendency to retreat from the workplace to raise children are to enter fields like early childhood education and psychology, rather than better paying professions like petroleum engineering, is evidence of continual social coercion. And this is again from Time Magazine article and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It says right here that women's tendency to retreat from the workplace to raise children. So they don't take into account the women that leave the workplace to raise children. Okay? Or the women that enter different fields. Like if you're a woman and it's known that most women become teachers because, again, like it says in the book of Maccabees, you have a softer soul. You're the first teacher of the children. So yeah, most people don't even have that first strong male, especially black male teacher till they get to middle school or high school. Even in the movies with Denzel and the movies with what's the brother's name? The older brother, man. His name just slipped me. Morgan Freeman. You know, when they did their movies about black teachers, they were older. Okay? So when you choose those job fields, sadly, it doesn't pay as much. It still doesn't mean that that's not important, but it doesn't pay as much when men enter into things like I said, petroleum engineering, construction, things of that nature, where it's long hours but higher pay. You know, they didn't take that all into context that if a male was a teacher and a woman was a teacher, are they earning the same? Probably so, especially if they're in the same state and stuff like that. But they're looking at like a woman that's a first grade teacher and a man that's like finance at a corporate something. You know what I'm saying? You can't really compare those two and then say it's a wage gap. But that's what they did. Here's another fact here. It says when a husband doesn't work full time, he and his wife have a 33% higher risk of divorce. So when she's making the most money, when she's baking, he ain't working, he's a third more likely to get divorced. And I'm going to get into that because this is biblical. It says these findings seem to line up with the pervasive attitudes that say it is the man's job to earn money. I don't argue that. That's part of provide and protect. If you can't provide, how you going to protect? If you can protect, how you going to provide protection if y'all ain't got nowhere to stay? Marriages of female breadwinners, I'm just reading it from here. I know some ladies don't like the word female, but y'all bear with me. Adhere to what I'm saying, because again, this is a patriarchal system. But when the women are making more, it's a third more likely that it's a divorce. It said marriages of female breadwinners are 50% more likely to end in divorce, according to a University of Chicago study. So according to the Universal study, it's half and half if she makes more. And I don't even knock that. I don't think you should get divorced because you make more than your man, but it just plays into the role that the man is supposed to be the provider. Of course, if the woman is making more, that happens in society. So you can't have a woman making more and then saying that there's a wage gap. It has to do with the profession. That's it. Okay, so we go to Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus 25 and 22. It says a woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. You hear that? Anger, impudence, and much reproach. If she what? Maintain her husband. He's supposed to maintain you by the biblical law, by the law of nature, which is the Most High. You're naturally supposed to provide for your woman as a man. But when she provides for you, look, anger, impudence, much reproach. You see the divorce rates, 33% likely The university study says it's 50% more likely. And I have a link for all of this in the description box. It says divorce rates affected by women out earning their husbands. So again, I'm just trying to get us back to our regular nature. So again, this is a patriarchal system where women can't get ahead, but when they do, there's more likely for divorce. We have to see that feminism is lying, y'all. They're lying through their dang teeth. Number 5, government assistance and welfare. Y'all listen to this. 19% of the U.S. population uses welfare, and it's mostly white people. Mostly Edom. It's not us that uses welfare, by the way. That accounts for 59 million welfare recipients that are part or at least one of the programs like SNAP. The distribution of welfare in the U.S. is a gendered process which women, especially mothers, are more likely to receive assistance. Are more likely to receive assistance than men. More women than men are dependent on food stamps. This is why I be telling brothers, there is no really safety net for us. We have to be, that's why we got to get out here and go so hard. There's no safety net for us. If we fall off, we just fall off. Hopefully we have some good people around us, whether it be a brother, a father, a mother, an aunt, a sister, or whatever, a cousin, that can help us out, take us in so we can get back on our feet. But we really don't have much other than our own back. We got to have our own back. It says that gap is even more evident among minorities, where 39% of black American women say they receive food stamps compared to 21% of the men. So almost pretty much double. Okay? Pretty much double. So the government will assist you more than the man. Even with Section 8. If a sister receives Section 8, under the protocols, you can't even have a male in the household. If they come to your household and you on Section 8, they can sit up here and say, we're cutting you off. Put you out of there if you have a man in the household. Now, if they really want our families to build, and this is so important, which it is, why would they want that? Why would they want that? That make any kind of sense? Right? Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so this pic right here, and I'm going to read a little bit. I wasn't going to read it, but I need to read this. This sister posted, basically, she's a Christian and she thanks Jesus for her, for the dissolution of her marriage. And that was her whole thing, that she was thankful because she had a husband that practiced Hebrew Israelism, which that's not even a thing. Like, you're Israel or you're not Israel. It's not a religion. It's not any isms. It's not Hebrewism. There's no ism to it. You're Israel or you're not Israel. And this brother came into the truth, found out who he was, and he's keeping the holy days. The only thing I said was, I hope that the brother didn't drop Yeshua or Christ or the Messiah as he came into the knowledge, because some brothers do that. If he did that, yes, he's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. But if not, then they got to stick together according to the words of Christ. So she basically said, Jesus delivered me and my 4 children from Hebrew Israelism. 2 years ago, I committed myself to 2 years ago, my husband committed himself to Hebrew Israelism. However, I am a Christian, ... So she basically, I mean, us in this Hebrew movement that have discovered who we are, a lot of these Christians don't want to read Deuteronomy 28. They're not going to ask their pastors what Deuteronomy 28 means. They're not going to ask them what Leviticus 26 means. They're not going to read in Revelation 2 and 9 and 3 and 9. They're not going to see how the Bible was put together. A lot of these Christians treat the Bible as trail mix. When they eat the parts they like and spit out the parts they don't like. That's just being honest. So they're not going to look at the people when it says this king ruled and this person and where they were and how they look. That means nothing to them. All the prophecies thereof. I mean, from quote unquote Jesus' own mouth, he says the Lamb will be trodden down of the Gentiles until the time of the Gentiles is fulfilled. He said this in his time on earth. And to the people that was in the land that he was speaking to, the Israelites, he told them that they will fall captive and fall by the sword. Captive means captivity. You can Bible scholars cannot debunk this. Every time, well, I can say every time, most of the times when Israel got in trouble, the punishment was captivity, meaning slavery. So this is what a brother wrote, and shout out to this brother. I don't know this brother, but his name is George Shippey, okay? So shout out to George Shippey, but he says, your husband must have been attached to a camp. 1 Corinthians 7, Paul says, if your partner is willing to live with you, divorce is not sanctioned. Again, there's only two reasons, well, really three reasons that you can leave somebody. Number one, they die. That's why I say till death do us part. Number two, they commit adultery. And yes, in my situation, adultery was committed not by me, but by the other party. Okay, that is grounds for divorce. You don't have to stay with somebody that's sleeping around on you. Okay, even the Most High says to enter into a woman that's been with another man when you're married is an abomination to him. And number three is if they just leave. If you wake up one morning, go to work, you come home, and they stuff is packed, and they just gone, number change, you block, there's not, that's not on, that burden don't fall on you. Okay, but he writes this. I am an elder in a Messianic congregation, so I want to make this clear too. He's not bashing all camps, because I don't bash all camps. Now, some of the doctrine I'll say I don't agree with, but I'm not going to sit here and say all these camps is wicked. But there are many that are, just like there are many churches that's wicked. Okay, let's keep it 1,000. Okay, but he's an elder in the congregation that's Messianic, meaning they believe in the Messiah. He says, my wife is a Christian. We pray together and do everything together. Big thumbs up there. She's following her head. Who's following the Bible? How you going to go wrong with the Most High's word? That is correct. It says, my hope is that one day she will see the light. These Hebrew Israelite camps, meaning most, I understand he's using in context, are a stumbling block. Many are. I tell people, you need to look at what spirit that these brothers is in. I said that for years. I've told brothers that. But there's some that I rock with, I salute. And there's some I will never ever fool with or co-sign because of that. Okay, it says okay. Another thing is that Jesus, the apostles, and Paul's never taught Christianity. That's facts. You won't find Christianity, that word, in the Bible. And thanking God for breaking up your family is foolish and unbiblical. I couldn't have said it better. So I posted this on my page. I'll have the link for this. And it's basically the brother broke it down like 4 flats. Okay, the brother broke it down. He told the sister correct. So we're gonna read some of that. Okay, because I've seen a lot of Hebrews and so-called Christians, believers, posting this and championing this girl for breaking up her marriage, as if it was something fly, like as if it was something good. When Christ says I'm going to read because I don't want y'all to say, oh, it's me. 1 Corinthians, let's go to where he was talking about. 1 Corinthians 7, 10 through 11. And unto the married I command, yet not I, not Paul, but the Lord, the Father. Let not the wife depart from her husband. This is New Testament. Let not the wife what? Depart what? From her husband. But and if she depart, let her remain unmarried or be reconciled to her husbands, and let not the husband put away his wife. So for you brothers that get into these disagreements with your wife, I'm going to put her away. I'm going to put her away. No. You remain together. You respect the vows you took to the Most High. That's not my words. That's what the Father said. He said, don't take any vow in front of me. He's going to hold you to your word. That's why it's different when you take a vow. Y'all going to get this work, man. Let's go to the words of quote-unquote Jesus, whose real name is Iaesa. Okay. Matthew 19 and 9. Now I tell you that whoever divorces his wife, except it be for sexual immorality, and marries another woman commits adultery. You can't get divorced if y'all both still living unless she committed what? Sexual immorality. Or he committed what? Sexual immorality. That's fornication. That's adultery. That's grounds for a divorce. If you put them away behind a disagreement that's unbiblical, God ain't blessed that, man. And this is what keeps me away from a lot of foolishness dealing with this word. Who gonna follow the word? And what a lot of people don't understand is this is where the curses come from. Not following his word. Deuteronomy 28 and 57. This is one of the curses. The tender and delicate woman among you, which would not adventure to set the sole of her foot upon the ground for delicateness and tenderness. This is a sweet woman. Won't even set her feet on the ground. She got to be carried. You dig what I'm saying? Her eyes shall be evil toward the husband of her bosom and toward her son and toward her daughter. What happens to the family structure when we follow these feelings and emotions? And this is what was bred through, this is the part I didn't touch in that Willie Lynch letter. This is what bred the misandry or hate for men. That's exactly what that word means, hatred of men, because the slave master then turned to the woman after he done ripped her husband apart, ripped her brothers apart, ripped her father apart, beat them to death. So they were most likely the strongest males in the compound, the colony where we were colonized, okay? And told her, oh, where are your men at? You out here by yourself. You don't need those men. Those men left you. That's what Satan does. He turns the story around and tells history how he wants to tell it. And sisters sadly bought into it. They bought into it. Not then, but eventually. And this is what we have with feminism. They blame the men. Go figure, right? And well, who suffers? Look, evil toward the husband of her bosom and toward her son and toward her daughter. The children suffer. That's what we refuse to recognize. Okay? Section 3, Feminism Founders. Now we're going to get more into Mystery Babylon, which is the U.S. Okay? The great states of America, excuse me. So here you got Elizabeth Cady Stanton. And yes, she's a witch person. She's a J person. She's of the synagogue of Satan, who say they are and are not. They're the ones that gave you this doctrine, sisters. They're the ones, the women that look up to you, the women that go out and get BBLs, go get lip injections, butt injections, and would make fun of you for having those same features. They're the ones that gave you this doctrine. And this is why it touches a nerve with me. It says, along with the numerous articles on the subject of women and religion, Stanton published The Woman's Bible, in which she voiced her belief in a secular state. Secular, Novus Ordo Seclorum, New World Order. They can't have a New World Order without breaking the Old World Order, which is the Most High's order. And urge women to recognize how religious orthodoxy and masculine theology obstructed their chances to achieve self-sovereignty. That means that following the word is going to leave you oppressed. That's basically what she's saying. But look what she calls her book, The Woman's Bible. If you don't like the Bible, why are you calling your book that? You see how Satan, will this fruit really make you die, Eve? She also wrote an autobiography, 80 Years and More, about the great events and work of her life. She died October 1902 in New York City, 18 years before women gained the right to vote. So then they want to end it on voting, which I don't have no problem with the voting stuff. But it's all this masculine theology and this and that. Wasn't Adam here first? So when Adam told Eve not to eat the fruit, was that masculine theology or was that the word of the Most High? Let's get it. Okay, so you see the feminism founders here. I'm telling you, they're the people pretending to be you, Israel. Okay? You can go research this, search this, all of that. And when I looked up this Google search, I seen the names here, and most of them are either white women or J women, and they're both really the same people, different tribes. Let's keep it 1,000. I went over that on my last lesson. Please go watch it. Judaism versus Judah. Okay? But they're going to throw Sojourner Truth in there. And this is where I want you sisters to really focus in. I want y'all to focus like a sniper rifle on this. Okay? Because they want to throw Sojourner Truth for women's rights. When Sojourner stepped up to speak, and speak on what her struggles were and her trials and tribulations, they wouldn't let her speak. Do y'all know that, Israel? They wouldn't let this black woman speak, and this is where she had that famous line, "Ain't I a woman?" So sisters, they'll prop you up and say, yeah, you're a strong black woman and women's rights and this and that, and they'll go take their butt home to their husband or their LGBT wife and leave you out here in the hood still suffering under this oppressive system. They'll use you as a mascot. And here's another thing, the founders of feminism, they all J people, man, all witch people, man. Y'all can look this up, screenshot it. I'll have the links up. So let's get into it. First wave feminism. First wave feminism refers to the feminist activity that took place during the 19th and early 20th centuries in the Western world. This focused especially on securing women's rights to vote and other legal issues. This is where brothers, I feel like go left when they say, oh, they shouldn't vote. I don't see nothing wrong with them voting. I don't see nothing wrong with women voting. I understand they gotta live in the same society as us. They're affected by the laws. We know disproportionately as far as the punishment. But I mean, if there's a law that, or somebody in office, I mean, they're more of the population than males. I don't see why they shouldn't have a say. I don't have no problem with that first wave as far as that goes. But then we get to the second wave. This is where it gets tricky. This is where the effects of the fruit of the forbidden tree begin to take a hold. Second wave feminism then began as a protest as a 1968 Miss American pageant to object to its demeaning patriarchal outlook of women. I gotta stop right here. Patriarchal outlook of women, because we like women that's in shape, that has a figure. Remember that song Brick House? 24, was it 36, 24, 36? That even looks good to women. I'm not gonna get carnal here, but women look at women and be like, man, she bad. And she knows she thinks she bad. She know what a man gonna think she bad. Because women are the fair sex. Fair doesn't mean fair like fair play, like 50-50. Fair means beautiful. Y'all are the fair sex. We're not supposed to be pretty and all that. That's you. But let's get it. I mean, that's like if like, yes, men do decide what's pretty, but women do too. Like, and we a lot of times agree. I mean, come on. That's why when you bring up beauty in a conversation, the same people come up, or the same attributes come up of what makes somebody desirable. And it goes back into science, even with men. Women like men with a certain structure of the jawline, of the face, of the shoulders, the broadest of the shoulders. And it goes into, like I said, I'm not trying to get scientific here, but it goes into more things of that nature where if he has broad shoulders, that means he's strong, he can protect you. If she has certain qualities like hips, that means she's good for childbearing. So a lot of these things speak to our nature, our core. But let me continue reading. It says sexuality, workplace, family, marital rape, domestic violence, and reproductive rights were the main concerns in this movement. It also changed some prevailing divorce and custody laws. The ones I want to highlight here are the reproductive rights, because that's abortion. They try to make it sound cute. And the custody laws, the prevailing divorce and custody. This is where I read in the first section where now women get everything out of divorce. They can come in there broke and leave with everything. Okay? And then if they struggle, they can get on assistance and shelters and go. In the end, the fruit destroys you. In the end, you don't have your husband that you was with, and the kids don't have the father that they to be brought up with, and it destroys the whole household because Satan basically lured you with stuff. The same way he showed Christ all the kingdoms of the world in an instant. Leviticus 18:21. Now this is about the reproductive rights. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass through the fire to Molech, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy power. I am Ahia. You shouldn't profane his name, and you shouldn't pass your seed through the fire to Molech. Again, Barack Obama talking about God bless Planned Parenthood. What? What? Really? When does he bless murder? Exodus 20:13, thou shalt not murder. The word is kill, but in the original translation, it's murder. And it's premeditated murder. It's not killing in self-defense, because people use that, oh, you can't kill in self-defense. No, you can. Exodus 22 says you can do that. Okay, if somebody's trying to kill you, breaks into your house, and you kill that person, the blood's not on your hand. It's Exodus 20. This is 2 chapters later. Most High don't contradict himself. It's man's reasoning that does so. Okay, so this is the whole abortion fight here. Okay, women are fighting for the right to be murderers. But if a man were to shoot a pregnant woman and kill her, he would get charged with double homicide. But she can, that same day, she could have went to the Planned Parenthood and did what? Got an abortion. You have the right to be a murderer, but men don't have that right. Now this is the third wave. And this is the worst wave. And they say it's a fourth wave. And, whew, Most High forgive us. It says this movement was also identified in America as GRRL feminism, and in Europe as New Feminism. The New Feminism is identified by local, national, and transnational activism in areas such as violence against women, body surgery. So you see all these BBLs. Yeah, I guess you got a right to a big butt. Is that what we're fighting for? Is that what we're fighting for as a society? Look, trafficking, of course, that's part of it. We need to fight on the side of getting that out of here. Self-mutilation. In those Muslim countries, yeah, they'll cut off a woman's, excuse the language, I don't know how to say it, but a clit, they'll cut it off. But right here is where I have the issue. And pornification of the media. Where is the feminist mad at these girls on OnlyFans? Where have I haven't seen that. These women they're exploiting themselves now. On TikTok, doing all these busted challenges. Where are the feminists saying, don't do that, sister? But see, they empower that type of sexuality because that further is going astray from the household. You dig what I'm saying? But where am I? This movement values individualism in women and their diversity. And that sounds nice. I'm down with the individual, people being individuals, but I'm telling you, when the system is saying this, that's not what it's talking about. It's talking about being selfish. That's what it's talking about. Being selfish. It's all about you. That's what and I'm going to go more into that as we go on. Okay? It says, because of this movement, new feminist theories like sex positivity, again, you being a whore, being a slut, the slut walk. Those used to be fighting words when I was growing up. You call a girl a slut, you better get ready to throw them things. It says here we go now. Intersectionality, vegetarian ecofeminism. Like, you can still be a vegetarian ecofeminism. Why does it have to do with men? But here it goes. Postmodern feminism and trans feminism arose. There's the key word, trans feminism. That's why they got sisters as the mascot for LGBT. They got them out here where they got a bunch of gay men friends, gay girlfriends. They might not necessarily be gay, but they're the ones on the line right with them, fighting for their right to do something that's an abomination. What you should be asking them is, why did they make that choice, and that they have to repent so that they can receive the kingdom. But first, understand why they made that choice so they can work through those issues, wherever they may be. Not fighting for them to do such activity. You put your hand with the wicked, you will also get popped with the rod. So you see this pic here of Craig's girlfriend on Friday, and this is what it promotes: being loud, being boisterous, being, and this is not just for black women, because white women, other women, Hispanic women, so on and so forth. But it's about being loud, being fighting, all this anger. Like, what man want to come home to, like, what man want to work 10 hours, 12 hours on the shift to build for his woman, to build for his child? Now, and then she calling this man from with the dude laying next to her. The dude was in the bed. You know what I'm saying? But what man want to come home and you telling me? Like, what man want to come home? You know what I'm saying? But you see this video here, right? This Cardi B music club scene of her singing Bodak Yellow, right? And this is what I'm saying, like, y'all, like, the comments on this, when this went viral, it was all jokes, laughs, ha-has, and kikis. I want y'all to think for a second. Reverse the roles. What if that was a man singing some Too Short to his girl in the same manner, aggressively, like that? If no man in the club checked that, and I'm telling you, I live the club life, so I know what go down in the club. If no man in the club checked that, a bouncer would have dang sure snatched him up by his collar. Without a doubt. That wouldn't have went down if the roles was reversed. And the next thing I want to show y'all here is, look at this, man. And this is what I'm saying. Where are the feminists fighting this? The Thought Olympics.
You already know, fighting pretty, getting the house lit. You already know, vote for me, vote for me. Big Nunu, not the little one. New York to ATL, we here, but it's Big Lex, we coming for you, baby. Chicago in the building. Shout out to Bama in the building. Your girl, Big Pretty Tia. I'm coming to win the 5K in a spot for season 2. Just watch out, cause the big girl's coming through.
Yeah, a lot of y'all ladies.
To be exact, yeah. The big one and not the little one. You dig?
Ain't no more. Go ahead, baby.
We outside. Big legs, we here for you, baby. Yeah. Fucking building bitch from Greensboro, North Carolina. Little body, but I'm big dog, big fresh. I'm here to step on that shit. Let me go ahead and tell you real quick. Turn the camera this way. These hoes is in my mother. They ain't talking about nothing. Nothing. So when you hear ask about pink, period. So, hey, check in with me when y'all hoes come through the door. What y'all hoes doing, huh? We ain't going out this way. Pink your ass through that door. Bitch, you already know, fighting pretty, getting the house lit. You already know, vote for me, vote for me. Big Lulu, big VA, big everything, yeah. Big VA. My pussy real good. It's Big Banks in this motherfucker. Everybody know me. I'm signed under Fat Joe's course. And y'all know I'm big in this bitch. Banks Red, check me on YouTube. We live. We on the Big Legs. You'll see me in season 2. And I wish a bitch would get corrected. Don't fuck with me. Jacksonville, Florida, 908. These bitches can go home.
So the
A
ladies
real bitch
behind
right
me.
here.
The ladies behind me. The ladies behind me. You are waiting to enter the.
What's the difference between how these girls look in transgenders? let y'all marinate on that for a second. Okay, and I'm going to have that link for that in the description box where I got the stuff from that article about the waves of feminism. But let's go to Titus 2:4-5. That they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet. Not out there blabbing everything to everybody. It's cool to have some counsel. What's all this putting all your business out on social media? Look, Chase, that's not out there having hot girl summer, spring break. Like, I didn't understand how big of a trend that this was. And then coming home thinking everything's cool. It says, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of the Most High be not blasphemed. Intricate part, and who's to teach that? The older women. The older women ain't really teach that. They out there trying to party with y'all and the younger generation. And the ones that is saying that they not being heard, whether they're young or old. And that's what's really sad. The women that are speaking this ain't being heard, but that's also prophecy said that the way of the truth will be ill spoken of. Like, you want a husband, but you want a thought Olympics. You got to choose one or the other. Not to say we don't have a past, but ain't no brother with no damn sense, wife and nobody that's trying out for the thought Olympics. Get mad if you want to. Okay, 1 Peter 3:7, and this is just another verse to show that the Bible doesn't okay men beating down on their wives. There's way more verses than this, but this is one I like to go to. It says, likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge. What knowledge? Knowledge of himself, knowledge of the world? No, knowledge of the Most High, according to the word. Giving honor unto the wife. That's the most honorable thing a man can do, is make you his wife. What more honor could he give you? The child, you give to him. That's your honor to him. But him making you a wife, that's his honor unto you. As unto the weaker vessel, and being heirs together of the grace of life. You and your husband need to be striving to make it into the kingdom. Okay? And him honoring you as the weaker vessel and being heirs together of that kingdom, that his prayers be not hindered. So that means if he out here verbally, mentally, spiritually abusing this woman, the Most High saying right here, he ain't hearing your prayers. It says in Proverbs 28:9, if you don't want to hear the law, he ain't hearing your prayers. You did? So 1 Timothy 5:8 also talks about men that ain't taking care of their kids. They worse than a non-believer, according to the word. So when I see sisters getting with men that got 5, 4, 6 baby mamas, ain't calling their one of their kids, ain't taking care of none of their kids, but they want to lay up with them and then get pregnant and think that he gonna do for them, like, what did he do with baby mama 1 through 5? But let's get to it, because this is the whole thing. We're getting to roles. As the man is the head, he has responsibilities that are his responsibilities. He has things he has to do. We submit. Yes, we both submit, but submit to what? The man doesn't submit to the woman as the head. The woman submits to the man as the head. The woman submits to her role, and the man submits to his role. And it's all under who? Christ, who's under who? The Most High. So I can find verses in the Bible where there was polygamy. Okay? Now, was it the Most High's original plan? No, it wasn't. And I went through that, dealing with Adam and Eve, Noah and his sons. I did the whole breakdown on that. It's in World War Think. Y'all feel free to go look at it. I'm not going to do it again. But going forward, you do have cases of polygamy. The Most High blessed those in that union. Okay? If they were doing it biblically now. Not these brothers out here going wild with all these wives and sister wives and no papers and no courtship, no talking to the father, no bill of marriage, bill of divorce. Just out here fornicating and calling in multiple wives. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? But we're talking about biblically. Then you go to the polyandry. So women say, hey, well, if men can have multiple wives, we can have multiple husbands. Well, there's a few things wrong with that. 3 things that I'm going to go into. Number 1 is pregnancy.
Chris is the newest addition. We've been dating since April.
The relationship could best be described by having Tori as the hub and all of us are spokes on a giant wheel.
There are a couple of healthy ways to deal with it, primarily just talking to each other.
We have a tendency to talk around the moment of, hey, I need some time with Tori, rather than actually saying it outright.
Yeah.
But the polyamorous relationship I had been in was actually with Travis and Ethan. Travis was the one who had brought up the idea to me.
How often do you experience jealousy in the relationship?
Regretfully, a lot of the time. Thankfully, there are a couple of healthy ways to deal with it.
Whore. And then all hell broke loose when this crackhead ninja got jealous of Jabba getting so close with the real papi of this child. The investigation began on March 15th when officers were called to Wolfson's Children's Hospital about a baby with broken ribs, injuries to her lungs and liver, and multiple brain bleeds. The First Coast Child Protection Team's examination concluded that the baby had been physically abused with a minimum of 3 attacks.
Now, I don't know if you heard that in that clip, but that woman says it's hard to keep up with all these men. Yeah, because men have that thing called testosterone, where it makes us want to engage in sexual intercourse with a woman. And if a woman is our wife, that's who we're going to want to deal with. And you got that times 5 or 4? Come on. Most women in marriages are not as sexually, in this society, are not as sexually active as they were when they were single. You're promoting single people to have sex and married women to be chaste. Oh, he ain't getting done tonight. Then you ain't said that when you were single, when you was in your 20s. You get married and then you won't give none. Go to the movie Bad Boys when Martin kept trying to get something from his wife. Now, it was a running joke, but that's true. Y'all can look this up. About sexless marriages, man. That stuff is against the word. Y'all bodies belong to each other. Now, that's not just saying you got to give it up when they ain't in the mood, but that's saying at some point, you know, when you're not in prayer, when you're not separated for, you know, reasons of, you know, the woman's uncleanness or whatever, y'all supposed to come together. That's one of the joys that's supposed to be associated with marriage, not with dating, which is wild. And then again, she gets pregnant. Whose child is it? How do you know? You done slept with 4 men. Y'all living together? Like, that's wild. That's wild as hell, man. I'm just going to call it like it is. Wild as y'all boy wild, man. Y'all wild, bro. I don't want no parts, man. I don't want no parts. Number 2, that pH balance. Let me read something from the medical journal here. Unprotected sex with a new partner, however, can throw off your vaginal pH, which can disrupt your vagin's germ-fighting powers and lead to a growth of foreign bacteria. Let's read it in the scriptures. Isaiah 3:17-24. Therefore the Most High will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. So all the perm, hair coloring, chemicals, like with Jada Pinkett, it's causing a thing called alopecia, where the hair follicle will no longer grow. Of course, there's other reasons, but that's one of the main leading reasons. I went through this in my hair video, Israelite hairstyles in the Bible, where I break it all down. But that helped fulfill this curse. Okay, this is why a lot of brothers, sincere brothers, would like our sisters to go natural. Plus, we love y'all more natural for the ones that's on that side. You know what I'm saying? Brothers been asking for that. And sisters, the ones that are, man, hey, I prefer it. You know what I'm saying? Discover their secret parts. So the secret parts is the thing with the pH. And it shall come to pass that instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink, and instead of a girdle, there shall be rent, and instead of well-set hair, baldness, and instead of a stomacher, a girdling, or of sackcloth, and burning instead of beauty. So we're going to go to that part. Instead of sweet smell, there shall be stink. Yeah, that's talking about the pH balance. you already know where that comes from. All these multiple peoples and doing multiple things. Number 3, this is big. I've been researching this for a while. I'm no doctor. I'm no, clinical expert, but this is out here. This is on a government site about cervical cancer. It is known that having multiple sexual partners is one of the risk factors of human papillomavirus (HPV) infection, which is a major cause of cervical cancer. So let's back it up. You have all these multiple partners. Bacteria develops into HPV. HPV can develop into cervical cancer. There's a reason it says to flee fornication, man. You don't have to listen to me. This is what the words say. This is on the government site. I'm going to have a link in the description box. All these links. It says the more sexual partners you have, the higher risk of developing cervical cancer, Martin says. And Martin is not a man. It's Courtney Martin, a doctor. It says engaging with many sexual partners creates a heightened risk factor for the development of this cancer because a higher number of partners increases a person's exposure to HPV. I mean, it's just facts, man. And it's on the physical side. On the psychological side, it says research from the Medical Institute for Sexual Health goes on to illustrate the importance of oxytocin when it comes to bonding. Casual sex leads to a decrease in this neurochemical production and interferes with what is called pair bonding. Repeated sexual encounters with multiple partners rewires the brain. Y'all could think I'm just spitting this to try to, again, with the doom and gloom. I'm going to run a clip from an ex-porn star. And these women go through it. These women think they're going to hit that industry and come out and get married. And it's not going to happen. Not just because of what they did on a physical level, but mentally. It's not there, man. It's like I seen women go into prostitution, think they gonna come out and get a husband. Like, no, OnlyFans. Y'all got it gotta stop. I need more women. There's plenty of them. I'm gonna give shout outs in the end of this to some women's pages I believe that are just great when I think about what a woman of the Most High is, dropping knowledge, prophesying, doing what it do as far as righteousness. But they're few and far in between.
6% of porn performers have heard of the ones who make pornography. I have learned that 66% of porn performers have herpes, a non-curable disease. Chlamydia and gonorrhea among performers is 10 times higher than Los Angeles County 20 to 24-year-olds. 25 cases of HIV have been reported among porn performers since 2004. These are just some of the negative secondary effects of the porn industry. Since 2000, there have been 23 suicides and 30 drug-related deaths in the porn industry. Los Angeles County Health Department recently reported 70% of sexually transmitted infections that occur happen in females. I am one of those females. As a survivor of the porn industry, I contracted human papillomavirus and herpes, a non-curable disease which later led to my battle with cervical cancer, where I had to have half of my cervix removed. I also battled with severe anemia due to the hemorrhaging I experienced for 12 years. In fact, I'm still battling with damages to my reproductive organs. I have suffered much at the hands of the porn industry. But after 8 long, hard years of recovery, and by the grace of God Almighty, I escaped that hell, and today I'm here, a mom of 3 beautiful daughters, married to a wonderful man, a godly man who stuck by me in my horrible recovery. I had the perfect life. I want you all to know that the last thing I want to do, people, is talk about porn. But my compassion for those people who are in modern day slavery right now. I was overwhelmed, and so I went back to the industry and I began to reach out to them. And of course, I've been called every name in the book you can imagine. But that didn't stop me, and I founded Pink Cross Foundation, a nonprofit organization that reaches out to adult industry workers, offering help, a way out, education, friendship. We go to the porn conventions, we go to nightclubs, and heck, I've even sang porn star karaoke to them. You know what I discovered? They have the same stories I do, some of them far worse. Some of the acts of violence and abuse in the porn industry include verbal and physical abuse on the set. I have been hit, spit on, penetrated everywhere you can imagine, told to sit still or pose still while every orifice of my body and hands are engaging 5 to 6 male performers. And I've been totally humiliated on the set where they had to stop the scene and I didn't even know it was going on, and they had to wipe up feces. I basically checked out and died.
This is Isaiah 4:1. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. What is the reproach? Because they know back at this point, the sisters will know that they were made to be helpmeets for a man. They were made to meet a certain goal. And women, they naturally will say things like, when I was in middle school, women would say things, or at this time girls, but young women would say, oh, I need a boyfriend. I feel funny without a boyfriend. I don't hear guys saying that too much. Guys just be horny or lonely. But women will say, no, I need somebody I can kick it with every day. I need a boyfriend. I need a man. Even Martin and Gina, they used to joke on Pam all the time because Pam didn't have a man. There's nothing wrong with needing somebody. That's what you were. This is your genetic makeup. That's what the Most High said your desire will be towards your husband. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay? I'm just saying, fill that void with a righteous brother. And to the brothers, we're not in this day yet. Y'all sitting up here arguing with these women on social media about being multiple wives. Look, bro, if she's not into that and you're into that, you just gotta keep it moving and find somebody that's into that. If that's something you want to do, my advice to you though would be do it on the biblical standards. You're gonna have to do exactly what Jacob did. You're gonna have to have some paperwork. Okay, you're gonna have to have like Tobit, a letter of marriage, a ceremony, people, witnesses. It's not just, oh, here you go, here you go, here you go. Oh no, we break up. That's no different than what we were doing in the world, except you just calling your girlfriends your wives, man, and they know about each other, and y'all might be staying together. That's the only difference. It's like a lot of people ain't even had one marriage and want to have multiple wives. You know how hard it is to have one marriage, brothers? To deal with one woman and her thoughts, actions, emotions, personality, and you want to throw 2 and 3 in the mix? Now, saying that this day in Isaiah 4:1 ain't gonna come, but it's gonna be righteous under the Most High. What y'all doing now, I don't see that. If you're fighting with them, talking about we in that day, it don't say nothing here about you convincing a woman of doing it. But let's keep it moving, because it'll come naturally under the Most High, and it'll be righteous, man. 1 Timothy 5:14 and 15. Oh, and before I go into that, the reason that prophecy is gonna come about is because it's gonna be such a destruction of the men. Like I said, I will make a man like pure gold. It's gonna be such a destruction of the men. It's only gonna be a few of us left. Have you seen the movie Purge? A woman running around that time. What do you think she gonna do when she see a man like, oh, protect me, I'm out here? It's gonna be on that type of level. But again, it's gonna be righteous. It ain't gonna be this culture we got now. 1 Timothy 5:14 through 15. I will therefore that the younger women marry bear children, guide the house, and give none occasion to the adversary to speak reproachfully. For some are already turned aside after Satan. That's our women watching these shows, not just watching them, but then mimicking these shows, these housewives, these I don't even know, like, these what the Real Housewives, the Love and Hip Hops, all, like, they're turning aside to Satan, after Satan. That's why he says younger women marry, bear children. You tell a woman that's of the worldly mind, and she sees that as an insult. So it's like, so you want to be a baby mama? And that's the reason why when I show a lot of these videos, I show what the women are saying. When it's time to talk to the men, I'm usually talking. But when it's time to talk to the women, a lot of times I put the women on. Women that I have heard on social media, or I follow, or I've read some of their information, and they speak in the pithy. So I put them on and let them say how hard it is being a baby mama. I show my daughter that type of stuff. You don't want to be out here struggling, crying, and have nobody's shoulder to cry on when you get home. Why you trying to take care of 1, 2, 3 kids by yourself? That's tough, man. So yes, I'm mimicking what Paul's saying. The younger women, when you ready to get with a man, okay, acquire marriage, require marriage, and then acquire marriage. Well, and I've heard the argument. Well, he could still leave. He could still do this. But it'll be shown and documented you require a commitment before you had that child or before you moved in with a brother. I require commitment. I'm not going to be living with no woman that's not my wife. It ain't going to happen because I require that. Now I advise you to do the same. Require that. Don't be shacking up and racking up. And then when a baby pop up, he be backing up. Okay? Because he can't do that with a marriage. Now, oh no, brother, you gave a vow. And if he does decide to leave, then, that's spousal, child support, all that. It is what it is because he broke his vow. So in that case, that woman in that situation, I mean, it is what it is. You deserve something because you required a commitment first. And when the next brother comes, he can't just be like, yeah, move in, let me have a kid with you. You're going to be like, no, we're not doing all that because you can get up and leave whenever you want. I need a commitment. It's a little bit of game. I'm giving the game up. I took the handcuffs off the game. I let it free. You know what I'm talking about? Structure. Oh, and this is another thing about order, okay? There's structure in jobs. In jobs, you got a manager. You got a supervisor. You got the worker. You know what I'm saying? You got the CEO, the CFO, you got the cubicles, you got the boss in the office, right? The military, you got sergeants, you got lieutenants, you got cadets, you know what I'm saying? You got recruiters, recruits, it's order. Sports, I mean, come on, basketball, you got the four guard, the point guard, the center, the shooting guard, come on. The court system. You got the judge, the bailiff, the plaintiff, the defendant, the crowd watching, the onlookers, as they say. You got the security running around the courtroom, making sure everybody is being searched and everything. You got construction crews. You got people that lay the foundation. People that build the columns. People that come in after all that's built, do the carpeting, do the windows. You got the last people that come in, do the painting and the designing and the artwork. It's order. Finances, tax brackets. You got people in the lower tax brackets, people in poverty. You got people in the middle class. You got people in the upper middle class. You got people in the lower middle class. You got people in the upper class. You got people living luxury. You got the uber rich. You got businesses that make 100,000, 200, some make $1 million. They hit a different tax brackets. It's order. It depends on their stock, what they sell, how much they make. Manufacturing. Have you ever seen an assembly line? You got one person, the thing comes down, it's nothing but a metal rod. You put something on the metal rod go down a little further, somebody put a frame on that thing. Go down a little bit further, somebody put doors on it. Somebody put another frame on it. Next thing you know, you got a car. You You got somebody that's writing down how many cars is being made. Somebody operating the equipment of the assembly line. Okay? Even in clubs, y'all. We ain't supposed to be out there doing it like that, but the club even has order. You got the bouncers outside, the people in the line. You got the VIP. You know what I'm saying? You got the bartender. You got security in that mug. The DJ. A performer, if somebody's performing. You got the drink girls. Restaurants. You got the servers, the waiters, the hostess. You dig? The manager. The table bussers. The dishwashers. Warehouses. You got people getting the orders. People doing inventory. You got people packaging, shipping, receiving, putting stuff out to the stores. The movie industry, you got people that fit. Follow me, Israel. You got the movie industry. You got people that film. You got people that act, people that write the script, people that do the wardrobe. You dig? People that do the payroll, the checks for the people in the background. You got people that do the casting, the music industry. You got somebody making the beats. You got somebody setting up the shows. You got somebody writing lyrics. You got a studio to go to. You got a distribution. Hospitals. You got the nurse. You got the doctor. You got the admittance clerk. You got the emergency room for people that's coming in dire need. Even in old churches, not the churches of today, for the most part, old churches, you got the pastor, the preacher, you got the bishop, you got the pulpit, you got the first lady, you got the women of the church, you got the children's church, the Sunday school. Even in nature, family, animals, you got the male doing the mating dances, the women observing the mating dances, picking the best male. She's not picking the bum. She's picking the best male out of the thing. You got this animal that feeds on this animal. This animal that feeds on this animal. It's an order. And lastly, you got relationships and families which are completely out of order. Everything I've listed, the reason I let that run like that, everything I listed has an order and everybody's cool with it. Like with sports, you understand it's professional level with the finals, with Golden State, the Heat, the Celtics, Dallas. You understand that. Then you understand it's the college level, it's NCAA. They may be good, but they're not up there. Then you got the high school level. Then below high school level, you got the middle school level. And then maybe between the college level and the professional, you got the other leagues, the semi-pro leagues. But in our relationships and families, there's no structure. We're all equal in partnership. Where is that in the Bible, man? Y'all would do better to follow your nature. Can I tell y'all a story? Real quick. One time, I remember, I was putting myself through the last semester of school, and I was busy than a mug. I had so much to do, so much on my plate. I was trying to get stuff together. I was trying to figure out what my next move was going to be. I didn't have a job. I was scrounging together money. And I remember one day it was me, my ex, and at the time our 2 daughters. And we were sitting in the room. And we talking, and I'm getting ready to leave to go to class or something. I was getting ready to leave. And all of a sudden we talking, and we kind of just saying what we going to do for the day. I just having talks among ourselves. Boom, the lights cut out. Okay? The lights is... You know that each one of them looked at me? Both my daughters and my ex, they looked at me. Because it's my job to keep them things on, man. It's my job. They didn't look at her. The girls didn't look at each other. They, all 3 of them, instantly looked at me. You tell me that's not nature. Because I'm the head of the household. I'm supposed to hold that down. And you know what I did? I held it down. I just forgot. Maybe I ain't had the money. I just forgot. I called the light company. I let them know, hey, I forgot to pay my bill. I'll pay it right now. I paid it over the phone. In 30 minutes, the lights and stuff was back on. And anytime an argument came up about what my role was or partnership or whatever, I always thought about that. I say, hey, remember that time? And they couldn't say nothing, but yeah, it's on the man. So again, 1 Corinthians 11:3, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God, or Ahia. The head of Yeshaya is Ahia. He puts it out right there. That is the order. Just like I gave you the order for all those things, for a biblically sound household in correct nature with the Most High and what was in us, within us, that is the nature. Okay? Let's go to Ephesians 5:22-24. It says, wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Y'all might say, oh, that's Elizabeth Cady would say, or Stanton would say, oh, that's male chauvinism. See, the male wants you to be subjected. Okay, well, look, you're still blaming the male in your books, and you're quote-unquote free. There's women today still blaming men, and they have taken over the role. See, the thing about it is, once you take the role of the head, you can't blame the tier below you. So if you're going to take the tier of the man and say y'all partners or he below you or whatever, once you take in that slot, you can't then blame the slot below you. Just like Adam couldn't say, oh, well, you gave me my wife. He couldn't say that. You're supposed to lead her. You can't blame her. Because with much responsibility, to whom much is given, much is required. So if you want to lead, be alpha female, be this, be that, you can't complain about a man not leading, because you're leading. You can't both lead. There's no two CEOs. There's no two pilots. There's a pilot and a co-pilot. There's no car with two steering wheels. Okay? So when it says be subject to their husbands and everything, because that's the head. He's supposed to provide. He's supposed to do everything. So if he met, the thing, and I want to say this, if he messes up, it's not on you. If he makes a wrong decision, of course, a real man's going to value your opinion. The reason that a lot of men choose to get married is because the woman is wholly or quote unquote different. She's separate from the other women that he's dealt with. So he's going to value her opinion. I love that scene in Coming to America when Eddie Murphy asked Arsenio Hall, so you would share your fortune with a beautiful fool. And he's like, it's always been that way with men of power. And you got to understand, with women taking half and getting all that they want, when a man wants to get married in this society, he really loves her and values her. So he's going to listen to her opinion and stuff, because they're running the household together, but with him at the lead. So he's going to take it. He's going to take that into account, what you say and your feelings and all of that. But at the end of the day, it rests on him whether to go right, forward, left, turn around, or whatever. And what I see is when a lot of women will speak down on this verse or speak down on these things, especially worldly women, and it's sad to say some quote unquote believers, is because they've already given this role to a man that wasn't worthy. They've been subject and submissive to a man that wasn't worthy, and when they get the idea of being submissive, their mind automatically goes to the Daryls and the Pookies and the Ray Rays that they were submissive to, and the men ran them over. Message. Christ wouldn't run over the church, sisters. That's why we gotta have this word as a foundation. I'm gonna keep on speaking that till I get hoarse, man. Okay? So it's a good thing to be subject to somebody that's leading in the realm of the Most High, how he said to lead. Not somebody telling you what you want to hear. We're going to get into that though too, because that's what a lot of brothers is doing. And it's really a bad thing. It's really, really a bad thing. But if you're going to lead, you can't say men ain't leading because you lead. That's all I'm going to say. It's like, man, if you following, you can't say that women don't want to be led by you, bro. You following, bro. You man up. 5293 hupotasso. Okay, it says to place or rake under, to subject, to obey. Okay, hupotasso. I might be saying that hupotasso. Okay, to place under, to rank under, to subject, to obey. I place under, subject to, mid, past, I submit, put myself into subjection. So yes, you're under his arrangement, as it says, like under God's arrangement. This is how the Most High set it up. He didn't make Adam and Eve to be equals. Have y'all not seen trans men in these women's sports? We weren't made. If that's not, I'm not saying that that's all, but if that's not a sign that we ain't equals, I mean, I don't know what to say. Okay, and this is where it really went off the rails here. Okay, so I hope sisters understand that all this I'm saying is out of love. Like, we have strayed far away from this. We strayed far away from this. Section 4, the free sex movement of the 1965 through today.
Free love and free sex is the motto of 68. Instead of standing in front of the stove, more and more young women enter the universities. The pill becomes a symbol for a new, determined generation of women. It's a revolution with side effects.
At first, there was relief about the pill, but it slowly became clear to women more aware that the pill also had disadvantages. Feminists criticized it very early on, at the beginning of the 70s, and the pharmaceutical industry took notice. Nowadays, the dose is as small as possible.
On women by the patriarchy, or so we are told.
Oh, I think the war on women is real.
The war on women has exploded. It's an ugly new battlefield in the war on women. The war on women.
This war on women.
The fight to protect women's right to choose is the most fundamental and patriotic fight that we have right now.
Are we ready to fight against male supremacy in all its forms?
The abortion lobby tries incessantly to claim the mantle of women's rights, empowerment, and equality by portraying childbearing as an obstacle to empowerment. Recently, we've seen abortion advocates latch on to imagery from The Handmaid's Tale, a story that frames our ability to bear children as a means of enslavement by patriarchal forces. But if we look at the actual history instead of fantasy, we see that pro-life, pro-family feminism has been carrying the torch for women's empowerment all along. It is the sexual revolution and the abortion movements, both that have waged the real war on women. She bought lavishly from pharmaceutical, medical, beauty, fashion, and travel industries, and to top it all off, she did not push for those pricey, bothersome extras like family tax breaks, paternity leave, shorter work weeks, and more flexible work arrangements.
I'm talking about a woman's right to choose.
Through her magazine, month after month, in many subtle ways, Helen sent the message to America's women that motherhood and children were an insurmountable obstacle to their freedom.
Doctors, lawyers, engineers, we can do all this stuff, we can make all this money, but how liberated are we if our girls have got that in their pocket? Before they can even think. rights. The feminist movement was fighting for equal opportunity for women in education and the workforce. The sexual revolution was fighting for all sorts of sexual freedoms. Cosmo, we pretended that this sexual revolution was a freedom for women. It actually was not. It was actually kind of a slavery. But we pretended it was freedom for women. And over time, as the sexual revolution and the women's movement got identified closer and closer together, a lot of women began to buy into that illusion.
Okay, Hosea 4:13 through 14. It says, they sacrifice upon the tops of the mountains and burn incense upon the hills, under their oaks and poplars and elms, because the shadow thereof is good. Therefore your daughters shall commit whoredom, and your spouses shall commit adultery. So again, from the men going astray, the women went astray. I will not punish your daughters when they commit whoredom, nor your spouses when they commit adultery, for themselves are separated with whores, and they sacrifice with harlots. Therefore the people that doth not understand shall fail. So when these guys are going for the Kim K types, the Nicki Minaj types that want to post naked even though they're married, have sex videos, and what so forth and so on, the Most High says he's not going to punish them because you as a man went astray. Now when you get back in order as a man, then you receive a woman that's in order. That's why I say seek first the kingdom, and he already knows what you desire. So you seek first the kingdom, and he'll add those things unto you. But I want to say this: just because he says he's not going to punish them at that moment, sisters, doesn't mean that he doesn't have a punishment for that. Okay, just like you see Kim K with that sex tape, her son found that. Like I really wonder if some of these women would think, what if your son, got older, got in his, late teens, early 20s. And he's seen some of the stuff that you posted online with your breast all out, your butt shots and duck lips, your tongue all out. Like, you're somebody's mother. Not saying you can't have fun, but I mean, is that your definition of fun? I mean, you have an example to set. A moral example to set. You can have, I mean, does this society really teaches that being a harlot, acting like such, is fun, and anything that has to do with chastity or respect, you can be respectful. And I always go to the singer like Sade. Sade was bad. Respectful. Lauryn Hill was bad. And I'm just speaking on their look and their music. I'm not getting to talk about their personal life. Because I don't want people write me an essay. But I'm just saying, you can be beautiful and be respectful. You don't have to be ratchet or over-sexualized. Because we look at these Alabama twins here. I'm going to speak a little bit on this. All right, family, we got another one, man. We got another one. See if I can bring this into focus, man. This says, this father of TikTok twerking twins shot dead during dispute over their twerking video. So I'm gonna read a little bit from this article, y'all. It says, interim police chief Roy Hodge said James Walters, 47, was having a verbal argument with his twin daughters allegedly over their inappropriate twerking on TikTok. As the argument escalated, another man intervened and shot Walters multiple times, killing him. The preliminary investigation indicates Mr. Walters produced a firearm, Chief Hodges said. So this was going on TikTok, man. And this man seen that it was going on not just on TikTok but with his own daughters, and sitting there trying to have a dispute with them, which is, I mean, look at them. Do these look like sisters that would take instruction, man? I know not to judge a book on this cover, but a good tree don't bear bad fruit, man. But look, it says the preliminary investigation indicates Mr. Walters produced a firearm, Chief Hodges said. The other individual produced his firearm and shot Mr. Walters in what appears to be self-defense based on information that we have so far. And this is what I be talking about with all that hood stuff. You notice I'm not even gonna go deep into it, but you notice the rappers that get famous off of talking about what they did in the hood and their exploits and whatnot. Have you noticed they don't live in the hood? Lil Wayne ain't in the hood. Jeezy ain't in the hood. T.I. ain't in the hood. Not that they ain't come from that, but where they did not they move up and move out? I know parents that sit up here and chase this thuggish rugged bone lifestyle, hot girl city lifestyle, and have their kids right in the midst of it. Why, man? Because this is the type of stuff that goes on, man. It says police say that a 23-year-old woman at the scene was hit by a stray bullet and is in critical condition. So a woman that ain't had nothing to do with it got shot. This is what I'm talking about when I say a bullet ain't got no name on it, but gravestones do. Hodges says the woman's boyfriend is Merrill, who wasn't at the house at the time of the shooting. When Merrill found out about the shooting, he grabbed a gun and headed to Pathways Apartments on Florida Street, where he kicked in the wrong door and shot Jones multiple times. Merrill was out on bond on drug charges at the time of the shooting. Police say he is armed and extremely dangerous. Look what it says here. The twerking twins were not injured. Of course they weren't. Of course they weren't. Like brothers. This is what I get on y'all about. Is this who you want raising your daughters, bro? We're not going to get into the sons. Is this who you want raising your daughters? Is this how you want your daughters to turn out? Is this what's hot in the streets? Apparently, I guess it is, right? The twerking twins were not injured. The sisters who post under the username Famous Twins said they received death threats online. They wrote death, D-E-A-F. So they're getting death threats. I guess they can't hear what's going on. It's wild, man. Let me get it here though. Let me read. It says TikTok's Famous Twins arrested for allegedly opening fire in Mobile Park and live streamed the incident. Published March 11. Look, they got time, dates, location. People snitching on themselves. This is this whole Young Thug thing they talking about. These people making records about what they're doing the stuff, streaming the stuff. And then when they get arrested, cry foul. Like, what do you expect? It says a pair of mobile twins who are TikTok famous were arrested Thursday after they allegedly fired guns in a local park, wounding 2 people, including a teenage girl, police said. Like, is this who we want our sons and daughters around? Going back to the men, brothers, would you want your sons dating this bringing this home, dating this kind of woman? Everywhere they go, like the Bible says, their footsteps lead to death, man. And if I'm speaking on this seem loudly or I'm being whatever, it's because I've lost brothers to stuff like this, man. I've lost friends from them dealing with women like this. But you don't see feminism attacking this type of stuff. Everywhere they go, somebody getting shot, dying. There's more to it than this that they've been charged for, and man, all types of drug charges and stuff. But where's the outcry? Where's the outcry from the woman's side on this? And there's a few channels. I'm not going to say it's none. There's a few channels like Pink Book Lessons is where I found out about a lot of this. I didn't even, their charges, man, these girls are some thugs for real, man. Let's go back to that picture, man. Look at this, man. But is this where a future is, man? Do you see any future in this, man? They lost a father. And may the Most High rest his soul. He obviously, I don't know how they was raised or where, because they could have been raised right and went astray. We see that happen. I'm not speaking on that. But I'm saying from what happened, at least he had enough sense to say, hey, this isn't right. Let me go talk to them. They don't even have respect for their father, man. Just trying to tell them to do the right thing, man. And he's shot and killed over it. They live in an environment they shouldn't even be in. Want to be in. You successful, you should want to move up. Ain't nothing wrong with being successful and moving up. See, but we see that in the black community as a sense of shame. Oh, he ain't real no more. But that same person saying that, let them hit the lotto tomorrow, their house will be empty and they'll be somewhere with the quote unquote white folk, or quote unquote out the city somewhere, living nice in luxury. Ain't no luxury in the hood, bro. Peep game. So you see, that is basically what has came from, you know, our women going astray. For many of these sisters going astray, it has gone completely off the rails, completely. And we still have this energy that's within us that leads us to do what the Most High implanted in man in the first place, which I have this here, this hypergamy chart, okay, where it shows that the women always look to go up, and there's so much controversy about this, and I really don't see why. Maybe on the onset of it or how it's said, but when you, I mean, even when you get past that, it's facts though. Like, my daughter comes home from school and we talk about work and everything, but then she gets to telling me about social things in the school, you know, guys and girls and this and that, and I listen because I'm glad that they still talk to me about that stuff. They feel like they can talk to me, and they can. And what was funny was every time she talked about the guys and who the girls were flirting with, trying to get with or whatever. Now I ain't talking about, you know, they, for the most part, don't get me wrong, you know, some kids out there wild, but you know, these kids ain't wild like that. You know, out there getting pregnant and everything. But I just mean, you know, on the innocent boyfriend, girlfriend holding hands, going out to eat at the basketball game at school, stuff like that. But I noticed the guy she was talking about, the same names kept coming up. I'm just gonna throw out like Daryl and Johnny, and I'm like, it's the same Johnny and Daryl from other. Oh yeah, that's the same Johnny. Yeah. And I'm like, so I asked her one time. I say, so all y'all girls is liking like 2 or 3 guys, and she just bust out laughing. But that's how it is. Think about when you went to school. There were certain guys that all the girls were pining after. And that goes back to this hypergamy chart. So this is the etymology of it, that, you know, people understand that as a man, this is part of us being the provider. We know that the more provisions we have, the better chance we have of finding a wife. This kind of goes back to the animal kingdom thing, where the bird has to build a nest or do a dance, or sometimes in the lion and bear kingdom, they gotta fight the biggest lion, biggest bear in order to win over that flock, that pride, whatever it may be. You dig? And it's the same, not to say we're animals, I'm not on no evolution stuff, but I'm just saying there are some similarities there. You dig? So, but what happens is, it's been so exaggerated nowadays. Like, you don't have to deal with a 6-figure millionaire with 6 packs and 3 houses and 8 cars, and he's an astronaut. He was a pro football, NBA, and MLB player. Like, you don't need all of that. Like, there's some good, like, regular dudes out here, but that's not what's being promoted. It's just like back in high school. The jock, the athlete, the cool guy that got the car, the older guy that's outside that I'll be telling y'all about, that was picking up girls in high school that was 20 plus years old. That's who they want. You dig what I'm saying? And it's just gone way off the rails. We need to get back to reality. Like, what happened to just fall in love with a dude that just liked to watch the game, have a barbecue, chill with the kids, and take you, you know, on a vacation every 6 months when his job will let him, and y'all can find a babysitter. Like, that's cool, but it's like this spirit of materialism. Not that doesn't affect the males, but the sisters. I mean, because we look at these homemaking shows, these models, and these items that go for sale. Going back to the Willie Lynch letter, sisters are the ones that are purchasing and dealing with them, not the males. So that just speaks more of this average attraction male versus female thing I'm showing here. Because the male will be like, hey, she's big, but she's cute, and kind of date around and see what he likes. But most of the women, I say all, but most of the women are attracted to the same, the few males versus, you know, somebody that is suitable. They want the top of the top. And when that guy that's the top of the top, that's that playboy, that's that Mike Lowry, when you get done wrong, then every guy is that Mike Lowry. And that's kind of what goes into this thing I'm about to show a few videos now. These are just a few of videos I've seen on TikTok. I don't have TikTok. TikTok is horrible. But long story short, these women, they get done wrong by these higher up guys that have all these options of different females that they can deal with, or they get done bad by this guy that has the quote unquote swag. It's not always about the money or the status, but sometimes it's just the quote unquote swag. It's the way he look, or he tall, or he handsome, but he can't hold down no job. He can't do it, and sisters will take on his brother and try to build him like a project, and he's still who he is. And then every guy, and what they'll do is a lot of sisters will get online and make these videos like I'm about to show, or make blogs or write articles, and it'll all be about men ain't this, men ain't that, men ain't this. And I'm wise enough to know that they're not, even though they're talking about all men because they're angry or in their emotion, I know they're talking about their ex. It gets too specific. Oh, and what if he leaves you out in the rain on your birthday? What? That normally happens. Brothers leave you out? No. That's what your ex did.
Message.
That we have a girl who has gone out here, she's bought her own wedding ring, and this girl hears about it, and she just loses the plot. So take a listen to this, guys.
I want to scream. I can't even fucking believe that men think that this girl is a fucking queen because she's willing to pay for her own ring. Jesus fucking Christ. What is wrong with you guys? What is wrong with... I want to cry right now. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Why is it that you guys think that it's okay for a woman to be so desperate to love, for you to love her, that she has to buy her own fucking ring?
So I just got out of a 6-year-long marriage, and I'm entering the dating world as a single mom. It has been an adventure. And the other night I went on a first date, and on the way to the date I started to get worried that I was not dressed up nice enough. I was wearing jeans and Timberland boots because it was cold, and I was like, man, what's this guy gonna be wearing? But when I got there, he was in sweatpants and a long sleeve t-shirt, so I wasn't worried anymore. And yes, I looked at him and I said, why are you wearing sweatpants? And he said verbatim, because I do not give a So
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care.
Let me tell you
we don't care.
wow, we are off to a rolling beginning. And let me just say, things only went downhill from there. I found out after our second drink, because I was like, keep him coming, baby, that he was recently out of rehab and that he relapsed from time to time. Also, he mentioned, I don't know why we went out, because he mentioned that I'm not his type at all because he's 28 and he doesn't want to get married till he's 50 when he can be rich enough to marry a young 20-year-old. And I'm 27, so clearly I'm already too old for him. I literally think he was just bored and wanted somebody to talk to that night. Like, I don't know why else he invited me out.
Okay, serious question for all of my girlies out there. So I broke up with my ex in November of last year. And I was so excited to go on dates. I was like, I cannot wait to find my person. I'm so excited. I start going on dates, and no one told me this shit was hot garbage. No one told me that the apps are the Hunger Games. No one told me that I wasn't going to feel anything. And then when I finally find a guy that I actually connect with, he doesn't like me back. So at this point, I'm starting to wonder, did I up by breaking up with my ex? I mean, he was great. We just broke up because I wasn't sure I wanted to get married to him. But the shit out here is way worse. Like, way, way worse. I'd rather be in an unhappy marriage at this point. I'm just kidding, that's dramatic.
Because they understood that the black woman and the black man are on the same side. Now that we are all free and independent and we could do whatever we want to, why would we seek to, be one with the black man? We even think that being... What kind of shit is that?
And family, please believe me when I tell you this. I did not want to go here, man. But this is where we are, man. This is where we are. So I'm not even gonna get no prologue or nothing. Let's just read through this article, okay? It says how to propose to him. So you know who they talking to. They're talking to the women here. It says, when you're ready to take the plunge and do the proposing, read on for our 8 man-friendly proposal hints. Sisters, this is real. Look, Eve to Edward. Now, for my believers out there, do you think it's any coincidence that they picked the name Eve here? Do you see? He turns everything backwards. I keep telling y'all. So I'm just gonna read a little bit of this. By Lori Seto. Look, 2020. This is where we at. 2020. Okay, it says, can a woman propose to a man? Yes, of course she can. And the best part about proposing to your man, you decide when it happens. Well, I guess you can propose, but you got to be chose. I mean, and at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out, it isn't like he chose you and it didn't work out, but you chose him. So who's the person that proposes? That's where the responsibility falls. Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna keep reading. Okay, no more waiting around for Mr. Slowpoke to get in gear. Yeah, because they want the woman to lead, not the man. Better yet, this is relatively uncharted territory. Yeah, because it's backwards. So there are no pesky rules or protocols to follow unless you want to ask his mom for permission. Man, come on, man. You gonna ask a Negro's mom, can I marry your son? Do you see the father? Oh my God. Please forgive me. The man's supposed to go to the father or the older brother or the uncle and be like, hey, because a woman was under a man, and be like, hey, I desire to marry your daughter, your niece, your younger sister. Do I have your blessing? Just like Laban and Jacob. Oh man. All right, man. Let's get through this, because this is wild, y'all. I don't want no woman to propose to me. That's something. That's me giving. That's not just me, but that's a man giving you the highest honor he can give you, is to say, hey, I want you to be my wife, take my last name. We build a family together, the children until death. That is the highest honor, and now you're giving it to him. So what honor could he give you? Even if you propose, he says yes, what honor could he give you? What does he have left to give you that's higher than that? Got one more article from the Atlantic, is why women so rarely propose to men. I'm gonna zip through this one too, even quicker. It says among heterosexual couples, 97% of grooms report proposing to their brides. 97%. If you pass a test with 97%, I mean that's 3% from 100. And it says here, which she attributes on the ongoing trend of couples riffing or outright rejecting wedding and engagement traditions in according with their own desires. Okay, when she speaks of this, she's talking about what? Noticing a small uptick in women's proposing to male partners in the story shared on the Not Sister site. So she says, what happens? Rejecting wedding and engagement traditions in accordance with their own. You doing what you want to do. Okay, it goes on about Warren proposing to man, the Democratic, you know, craziness there. But I want to get down here, okay, where it says she's an assistant sociology professor, okay, at the Appalachian State University. And she writes a book, The Mating Game, How Gender Still Shapes How We Date. And I've spoken on this so many times, even with the so-called gay couples. You have a masculine man and an effeminate man, even though they're both really effeminate, but one plays a more masculine role and one doesn't. That's why they call, I'm not trying to be vulgar, but one's a pitcher, one's a catcher. Even with the women, we see it even more so. You see one stud and one femme, and the stud dresses, acts like a man because what role are they playing? Who are they mimicking? I'm not even gonna get into all the other stuff, but let's read this. Lamont found in her book that in heterosexual relationships, women dislike the idea of being the one to propose, then men dislike the idea of being proposed to by a woman. Of the 66 heterosexual people she interviewed, a lot of women and men were very professionally successful and upper middle class with degrees from top universities. Research has shown since 1980, people like Lamont's subjects are more likely than their poorer and less educated peers to be married. We move up in society. Society's doing better, like it says in the book of Daniel. Knowledge going to and fro. People getting their education on. People getting their trade school on. People getting a, what's the word? Skill set up. But we're not getting married. And then we turn around and we see we have no families because families are the building block. It don't matter. I mean, not saying that having money and education doesn't matter, but who are you doing it for? Who are you doing it for? For your family, your household, your wife, your children, your husband. Like that's building. That's the true legacy. I keep telling y'all that, but we're just looking at the numbers here. Women don't like the idea of proposing, and men don't like the idea of being proposed to. Okay, and I'm just saying, like, it's dumb to try to worship a world that doesn't exist. So, with that being said, let's keep it moving. And the wild thing is, no matter how pro, woman, feminist, woman's rights I ever seen a woman, when I show them images like this, they cringe. There's something in our nature. There's something the Creator put in our nature that says that this is the right way and this isn't the right way. You dig what I'm saying? How many of y'all got daughters? Just asking, how many of y'all got daughters? Could you imagine your daughter proposing to a man for marriage? This is what equality got you. Even pregnant. Pregnant at the beach, proposing to her. This is sad to me, man. This is not the wave. Look, she already got the gown on. Oh my goodness. This is what equality gets you, though. That kind of equality, and I'm not saying equality like if a woman applies for a job and a man applies for a job, they ought to pick the best candidate. That's equality I can get behind. I mean, it's true. If I got a business and I got a woman that's applying for the job, you did, and a man and a woman's the best fit, I'm going to hire the woman. I'm not going to hire the man. She's a better fit. Look at this. This. Whew. And it's, and you know what? And I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. It's not even about equality. What they're pushing, they're doing it under the guise of it being equality. But you know what it really is, though? What it really is gender role switching. It's role reversal. That's what it is. That's what it is. And all this is new. This is where we got to. We can't define genders. Can't define gender roles. Look at this mess here, man. Come on. Boy. We can't define anything. And when you can't define anything, that's confusion. I can't define my children's role in the house or who they should listen to. That's confusion. Y'all keep on. Don't say I ain't warn you.
Oh, okay. Oh, he doesn't appreciate you. Doesn't remember this. Oh, that's what your ex did. So instead of dealing with that pain and taking that time to get through that hurt, misery loves company, and they'll get online, make these blogs, make these videos, which gets thousands and hundreds of thousands and sometimes millions of views, likes, and clicks by other women who also dated the Pookies and the Ray Rays or the Chads or whatever, and it didn't work out. And then it'll turn into a men bashing section, and then that goes into the misandry thing. So all that happens, and it further divides and splits what we could have because there's expectations that we put on people that they just don't meet. You know, I've seen beautiful, wise, intelligent sisters mess with dudes, and I look at it and be like, that dude is not on your level. And I don't say that to them because I don't stay out people's stuff, but in my head I'm like, he's not on her level. But in my head I'm thinking like it's not gonna end well. But I hope it ends well, or whatever. People change, but I know what I see. I can evaluate a situation, and it does end badly. It does, and it's like you got to get. I guess that part about the help me. These men ain't your projects, man. That's the best. I can't even say it any other. These men ain't your projects. They're not for you to build up. They're not for you to motivate to do anything. A lot of times, what you see and what you not what you see on the surface is what you get, but what you see from him, from his fruits, and a man's words and actions mean. I tell my daughters, a man's words and actions means everything. So if you're dealing with somebody that's not sure, that's saying one thing, oh baby, I love you, I do this, but he's out here messing with other girls, that shows that that man doesn't see you as worthy to have only his time only. So instead of trying to hang around and fight and do all this, just leave. Save yourself the stress and heartache. Leave. Heal from that and get somebody that is going to respect you how you deserve to be respected. And that's all it comes down to at the end of it. That's all it comes down to. So, and what happens is, not to make this too long, but what happens is this is the end. The end result is people getting online acting like this. So section 5, and again, I want my sisters and my brothers, but especially my sisters, to zoom into this like you got a scope on the TV. You feel me? Section 5, the male roles and involvement in feminism. Yes, I got the $ there because there's males that understand that with feminism, it's about putting the woman above the man. You're a goddess. You can do no wrong. You're the best thing ever since sliced bread. You're lovely, brown-skinned goddess. Shanae, Coco, Chanel. Men are trash. And they just not on your level. They don't deserve you. And they sit up here and they play y'all like some suckers, y'all. They tell you what you want to hear and they never follow through but because they make you feel good, they get a lot of money. Okay? And I'm not speaking on every woman, because some women can see through their bull crap. But I'm speaking to sisters that get swooned by the pastors. I'm talking about for real. Some of these brothers in the truth do this. I'm giving up the game. I'm not trying to get in your bedroom. I'm not trying to be in your DMs. I'm literally just trying to give you the game. Okay? It's the game I give to my daughters. And it's the game, you know, if the Most High does bless me to have a rib, I'm going to let, hey, this Negro right here, I see him from a mile away. I'm giving you the game because I'm a man and I know men. You dig? There's some good brothers out there, but these ain't the good brothers I'm talking about right now. Okay? I would never say all men is on this, but look here. 2 Peter 2 and 3. And through covetousness shall they with vain words make merchandise of you, whose judgment now of a long time lingereth not, and their damnation slumbereth not. Like Steve Harvey gonna tell you, think like a man on his third marriage when he was cheating on his wives. Looking at Will Smith and Jada, did you know that Will cheated on his first wife to get Jada? So all this coming about on him is just the cows coming home. That's it. It comes back around. I mean, taking advice from Nick Cannon, who got baby mamas everywhere. Even though he's rich and he can quote unquote afford it, I would never tell my sons to live like that. But he can get on here and say, oh, you can be an entrepreneur. Don't focus on all these baby mamas I got over here, but look at all this money and this and that. You can do this too. And women are following him. And it's like, you know, sisters, I'm just telling you, these men that's on that type of stuff, they don't have your best interests in mind. I'm about to expose it. Because what they're doing is basically spouting, and it's not a men bashing thing, but I'm covering, like I told you in the beginning, if you made it this far, I'm covering all points of feminism. Okay? And men do play a role in it. Like I told you, if this is the quote-unquote patriarchy, well, why don't we look at what kind of patriarchy are you talking about? Are you talking about Esau's patriarchy, the pagan patriarchy of the nations that hate us? And the ones that adhere to that, are you talking about what the Most High says in the Word? Let's get to the Word one time so I can show you, sisters, just how important that you are. Okay? And why it's so dead. Because if you weren't important when you went astray, it wouldn't be important. Right? First Esdras 4:17 through 27. And I went through this in my video, Kings, Women, Kings, Wine, and the Truth. And like people don't want to watch that video or wouldn't let me post it in groups thinking I'm bashing people's relations. I ain't jumping in your bedrooms. Okay? I'm just trying to give you the wisdom of the Word. So you don't fall in the snares that even I fell into once upon a time. These also make garments for men and bring glory unto men, and without women cannot men be. Can't be without y'all. It says, yea, and if men have gathered together gold and silver or any other goodly thing, do they not love a woman which is comely in favor and beauty? And letting all these things go, do they not gape even with wide open mouth? Even with open mouth, fix their eyes fast on her, and have not all men more desire unto her than unto silver or gold or any goodly thing whatsoever? When men get the gold, get the jewels, get the house, get the car, what is he looking for? Women. Now, a wise man gonna look for a wife, but even so, that's where our desire, you dig, is to get that woman, to build, for us real men. And even for the bums, they still desire. You just gotta be able to discern which is which. You dig? But the thing about a real man is we're gonna bring it home. The pressure that we're under, what we deal with, and our purpose. When we go out in the world and make things happen, we bring it home to the family. So if you want that CEO, if you want a man that's an entrepreneur or doing X, Y, Z, or big at the company, or top up, or being able to do all these things, that's going to come with long hours. You may have to work when maybe y'all have plans. But the thing about it, at the end of it, he's bringing it home to you and the children. So you don't have to go out here and fight and get it, then come home and be a mother, then get back up and go out and get it, then fight and be a mother, then go out and run errands. He's taking that off of you. Let me continue, man. A man leaveth his own father that brought him up and his own country and cleaveth unto his wife. He sticketh not to spend his life with his wife, and he sticketh not to spend his life with his wife, and remember neither father nor mother nor country. That's why men will fall in love, get with a woman, and like you forget about everything. You see on the TV shows when they got the hearts coming out their eyes and they be doing like this, they be waving their hand like, "Hey, bro, you good?" Like, he's stuck, man, and it happens. It says, "But this ye must know that women have dominion over you. Oh, by this ye must know that women have dominion over you." So it's not saying that y'all rule over us, but that obligation to provide for you, if we have that woman, that wife, that's a big part that rules what we do. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? Do you not labor and toil and give and bring all to the woman? Yea, a man taketh his sword and goeth his way to rob and steal, to sail upon the sea and upon rivers, and looketh upon a lion, and goeth in the darkness, and when he hath stolen, spoiled, and robbed, he bringeth home to his love. Tell me this ain't true. Wherefore a man loveth his wife better than mother or father. Yea, many there be that have run out of their wits for women. This is for you brothers. For the wrong woman, you see what happened to William. Knows all the act, but something could be learned there. He lost his whole career behind that broad he with. And I call her a broad, not all women, but I call her words, but let's move on. And become servants for their sakes. Many have also perished. Many also have perished, have erred, and sinned for women. Bro, you got to stay on your square. Do what you're called to do. Stay on your purpose. Do not destroy yourself for no woman. That doesn't help anybody. That's why, just as it's important for the woman, I think it's really more important for the woman to choose a head than for a man to choose a woman. But because the head is the higher rulership, but at the same time, as a man, the wrong woman will destroy your entire empire. She can make one phone call. He hit me. He raped me. You didn't do nothing, and you gone. You got the burden of proof. You dig what I'm saying? That's why I tell brothers, man, that's nothing with this Me Too and this fornication, free sex movement that happened in the 60s. That's what happened. Let me see. Okay. So yeah, so then you see, so women know this, so a lot of women take advantage of this. So I like it too. I need a favor. No habla inglés. You feel me? And you know, basically, a lot of women treat men as male ATMs. You know, like men been getting played like this. Now women are, you see from the TikTok videos, getting stood up, and so now that it's equal, now it's like, okay, no, so you want an equal playing field. That means the equal good and the equal bad. So now, like men were getting stood up and played, women are getting stood up and played. You know, or at least trying to be played. But shout out to my sister DW. Shout out to the women that can see through this mess. And the most things I've seen where it's the most fruitful is when men and women can say, hey, I've been through this. I know it doesn't constitute everybody. And women can say, I've been through this. I know it doesn't constitute everybody. Because what feminism does, which I'm going to show with this brother here, Derek Jackson, which I got some words about that brother, is they paint every man as if he's Cole Brown, living with his mama, no goals, no ambitions, don't know how to treat a woman. They just paint every man as just the worst stereotype ever. You know, every man is bad. Like, every man is like that ex that did you wrong. Sisters, think about this. These people on these platforms, on these women shows, these talk shows, they paint every man as if they're doing something. Even Dr. Phil. They paint every man as the worst stereotype of a man. Just a damn caveman living today. Black, white, or indifferent. They have a goal for it. But let me run the clip of this simp here.
A lot has been said already about what was the cause and all that other stuff. Some of it is true. Some of it is completely false. But the truth is, and I'm saying it here now, is that Derrick Jackson was involved with other women outside the marriage. And by involved, I want to be clear, I'm not talking about just casually kicking it, maybe a lunch or something like that. I'm talking about as serious as sex, to sexual flirtation and meeting up and that kind of thing. And some things that otherwise may be considered okay by some in terms of like just chatting or checking on people or being checked on by people that I've had a previous encounter with. But without my wife's knowledge of it, and with us having a sexual history, all of it falls under the umbrella of inappropriate, cheating, affair, stepping out, definitely not in alignment with the vows that I took. And definitely not in alignment with the biblical standard of what it means to be faithful, which is the standard that I'm going by now. Now, I'm saying this publicly, not because I'm, married to you guys. First and foremost, I'm accountable to God. Then I have to be accountable to my wife, in which we've already had this conversation. I've already told her literally everything. I've given her basically a roll call list. If I've said hello to a woman in the last 12 years of me knowing her, she knows about it. But now that it's been made so public, it's important that I first off let you guys know I do not stand by those actions. I don't want to encourage anybody to do that. And then secondly, I know that I cannot build a platform preaching certain things, preaching against certain things, and then in my real life live contrary to that for any amount of time or any length of time to any extent and think that I can't be held accountable. The same way that I preach, men and women in this situation need to face consequences of their actions, deserve to be held accountable. Guess what? Derrick Jackson's no exemption. He's not exempt from that. I'm also not a victim. Nobody made me do this. She didn't make me or push me to do it. The next person didn't make me. No friend influenced me. It don't matter how I was raised and what trauma, whatever. Look, I made decisions. I made a series of decisions that I got to account for. There's no excuse or justification. I've already made that bed and have had to lie in it. And now we're finally getting on to the other side personally in our own healing, in our own marital oneness. And now this is being made public to you guys. So we're bringing that forth to you guys to let you know where we're at with that. But did you want to say anything?
Yes. So I do want to just add that I agree with what he just said. There is no justification for bringing other women into our marriage on any level. And it was unacceptable. And it's not something that I tolerate or that we tolerate moving forward. And when I've been flooded again with messages and these things and about, I need to leave or why haven't I left? And the answer is, when I found out about it, I left. I did not hesitate or waste time to do so. And I stayed gone. No matter how many times he came, I stayed gone and stood firm on, I am not coming back. And I did not come back until I seen a shift and a change in his mentality, in how he carried himself, in how he presented himself, and conversations that we were able to have that we had never been able to have in just 12 years of knowing each other. And when we were able to have these dialogues, said, okay, Lord, this is something that you've had your hand on. And this was with me being completely removed from his life. And him pursuing God, continuing to pursue God, and continuing to eliminate these things that led up to the catastrophe that you guys are seeing for the first time. So there's nothing out there right now that is information that I don't already know about or haven't known about. And so this is not something that is new. We have moved forward from it. We have gotten counsel for it and continue to do so. He is still continuing to pursue God and continuing to seek guidance and wise counsel.
Yesterday, I've been seeing a whole lot of talk about these new sex dolls, the ones that dudes are telling women they need to watch out for because they're about to take y'all place. But I also saw that these dolls cost $2,000 a piece. So my question is, why should women have to worry about a doll that y'all can't afford? Because half of y'all ain't got no job, so I know you ain't expecting no refund check. The other half of y'all still complain about $200. And two, if they make a male version, one that don't come after 10 strokes with excuses talking about, it's been a long time since the last time. And he don't need to borrow $20 for gas until his check clear. Y'all gonna be the ones in
flag
trouble,
on the play.
not women.
Excessive shade, excessive salt throwing. excessive man bashing. You reaching with this one, bro. Don't nobody give a damn about them sex dolls for real. People doing that for comedy, man. Ain't nobody replacing our ladies for no damn sex dolls. You use anything you can to bash men. You gonna rip that tight ass shirt.
Meanwhile, watching replay, put a eye or a hand emoji or something if you feel like today's men expect you to chase them, or a lot more of today's men expect you to chase them on the dating scene. Like, instead of from the beginning to the end being consistent with the effort, the calls, the text, the pressure that they apply to let you know that they're interested, they ain't playing no games, you sense some level of not just inconsistency, but almost a pulling back to see what you'll do and see if you'll take over and if you'll take the charge, and almost like being resentful or holding it against you if you don't take the charge and pursue them and chase them despite their complacency, despite their lack of energy and effort and excitement that they had initially. Put an eye down in the chat if you feel like more of today's guys than maybe what was the case 10 years ago, or what you feel like was the case for your mom. More of modern day men expect a woman to chase him and prove that she's worthy of a real date, that she's worthy of commitment. And the reason why she was getting ready to leave him is because she didn't feel present in a relationship, or she didn't feel like her presence was really valued. So with that, she was about to give him her absence. And what she was trying to see was whether or not he would even care about that, because it seemed like he didn't care about shit else. So would he even regret losing her once she left, which her mind was kind of made up? And, you know, most people will say, well, why would she even care if she's really going to be leaving him? Well, first off, no matter how bad somebody does you, a piece of you is, if you're in love with them or if you do love them still, a piece of you is going to wonder if they ever really loved you. Like, was it ever real? Is any part of it real still? Like, no matter how bad they do you. And secondly, something that a lot of women do, before they walk out that door, they try to assess just how much they should close that door. Should they kind of leave it cracked open, give you a couple of months, maybe a year or two, reconsider after, you know, they probably tested the field or something like that? Or should they close that door, lock it, deadbolt it, put a chair in front of it and snipe anything that tries to walk through? Like, just how much am I letting this guy die to me is sometimes what a woman wants to know before she walks out. And I believe it was the case with this woman. But I told her what I would tell anybody else as it pertains to whether or not a man will regret losing you. First off, yes, it's totally possible and likely if you were a good woman in a relationship. If you weren't the reason for the demise, then more than likely he is going to regret losing you. Because hindsight is 20/20, but that's still not a pass for him to do what he's doing, and that's not an obligation for you to take him back or even consider giving him another chance, because regret losing you, missing you, all in the same bucket of emotional states. Courtship and casual dating. But later on in the conversation, she got to the point where she started talking about how she didn't know why she kept attracting guys who didn't want commitment. I said, well, shit, the first problem is you think there's no difference between courtship and casual dating, but there's nothing casual about a commitment. So you're not going to get a commitment out of a dude who wants to casually do anything. That's just not how we built. Whenever we want something, or we bust our ass. We move things around in our schedule to make time to prepare and to get better at it, or to improve on it, to find out where we went wrong so we can get closer to that goal of achievement. A few moments later.
There has been a lot going on with Derrick Jackson and his cheating, okay? He has been caught cheating on his wife, okay? The mistresses have came out and spilled all the tea. Now, he went live with his wife and basically was like, I'm a changed man. I found Jesus. I've been on the straight and narrow, you know, since September of 2020. All of this, you guys, Well, I'm here to tell you that this man is lying, okay? Okay, so he had sent this woman a gag order the other day to where she could not come out and say anything. Now, just to let y'all know, this is not a mistress from the past. He had slept with this woman allegedly as late as last week. This woman met him in November of 2020, and they have been going together ever since. This woman even got pregnant and got an abortion from this man, okay? It's a really crazy story. So just like I said, fun. So she said after she found that out, she blocked him, and he ended up texting her from another number. So these are the alleged text messages that he sent her. Remember, I said she blocked him. So he's asking her, like, did you block me? And then he's basically telling her, like, things are crazy right now. I can explain. And she's saying, like, I didn't know about these other women. You told me you were not with your wife anymore. And she also is calling him out because, you guys, there are videos that he recorded on his YouTube page when he was outside of her house. The video that he recorded, he took this video down, I believe, as of now. But that video he recorded responding to the self-criticism of the video he did with his wife, he recorded that video outside of her house, you guys. Yes, so that means that he was at her house just the other day. So they have been good up to this point. So the backstory real quick is they met October 29th of 2020. She was walking in Lenox Mall. He stopped her, approached her, got her number.
And he sit up here and talk about me like, bro, all this for what? So he can get that mammon from you, make merchandise of you. Matthew 7:5, thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam out of thine own eye, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast the mole out of thy brother's eye. You talking about all these men as if we're all the same. Like, you never big up the men. Bash, 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 bash. And the woman's up, 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 up. You're not holding them accountable for nothing and holding the men accountable for everything. There's no balance. Well, that's the balance, which is no balance. Isaiah 56:11. I mean, he cheating on his wife, doing all this stuff, but then want to talk about being real. Isaiah 56:11. Yea, they are greedy dogs which can never have enough. They can never have enough. That's why he got caught, came out with a course for single mothers. Going back to the Willie Lynch letter, they don't want to break you because you are the economics. This is a hard truth, but you need to hear it. It's going to strengthen you. I want my sisters, my goal in this, let me finish reading this verse. My goal in this, I want my sisters to have more discernment when dealing with men. And deal with the righteous ones so that we can get our nation together and move the heck on. And I heard a sister just told me yesterday, well, people should want better. Some people don't. The bee can't explain to the fly that honey is better than doo-doo. The bee can't explain you can't. Some people want the ratchetness. They want the baby mamas. They want the drug. Let them have that. It ain't your job to save them. You try to give them some truth. Pray for them. Stand in there with them as far as being a pillar. But you need to get somebody on your level. Okay? Amos 3:3. Can two walk together lest they be agreed? And they are shepherds that cannot understand. Speaking of these men I'm talking about that's playing that role. They all look to their own way, everyone for his gain from his quarter. He only looking for gain. He not even bringing it home to his wife. Not completely. You can't. And I understood now. Well, not now, but as I got older, when they say, and there's people that cheat in marriage or in relationships, but they're still great parents. But at the same time, that cheating takes away, even if you're the best parent in the world, that cheating still takes away from your parenthood. Because even if you come home and you're the greatest dad ever, you're Dr. Doolittle, that time when you're cheating is time that you're not spending with little Johnny and little Sarah. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the women. You out here running around hot girl summer, deleting messages, that's time you can be spending with your children. You're taking away from, like I said, at the end, the children hurt. The children, because the children follow the example that they shown, like I said on that Wu-Tang song. Okay, so I'm gonna show right here this meltdown, and I'll show this to my daughter. This is what I'm talking about. This is what you hear in these videos and these posts and these blogs from these women that dealt with somebody that they shouldn't have been dealing with. And a lot of times, like with her in her situation, her dad begged her not to mess with this fool. Begged her not to mess with him. Tried to bring her home, but she was like the fly that wanted the dung. Now, she got away from the dung, which I'm happy, but don't lose an arm in a war that you ain't got to fight, sis. That's all I'm saying. Stay whole. Don't be attached and anchor yourself down with the wrong kind of man and deal with a child all by yourself. Why do that? I know being a single mother is stressful. Remember, I got a family full of mostly women. Y'all listen to this, man. And I want y'all to show this to your daughters. My women, show this to your daughters. And ask them, is this how you want your hot girl summer to end? That the society is pushing on you? Is this how you want your WAP girl fever to go?
Niggas to say you can get out of my life. I'm super triggered right now. Of course, we all know that I've been going through this carbonation thing. All of us know that. I hope that the people who are confused, the people who are needing certain questions about the whole carbonation nature boy situation, there are real people out here who are going through this. This is not a game. This is not a stunt. This is not an act. This is not none of what you think it is. This is not people just acting online. These people are seriously going through this and speak about it because they are got people on internet right now watching this man and are confused. Literally, I praise God, Yahweh, whatever you want to call it. That's who I praise. That is the energy source that is in my life that is keeping me strong the way that it is. Period. And I'm not going to sit by and sit idle and not give reverence or thanks to this energy that I feel inside of me from being guided out of carbonation. Nature Boy is a fucking demon. He's a fucking demon. He targets the youth because the youth does not have experience. You might as well block yourself. Period. Because one thing I'm not gonna do is sit here quiet and let everybody else who I had experiences with be silenced at the same time. You cannot silence God's people. You can't. Person who can sit here and call me demonic is the motherfucker who's demonic. You are demonic and you pointing your finger back to yourself. And you need to face your shit and stop blaming it on other people and stop being stupid and stop being rude. You're being rude. Y'all got me fucked up if y'all think I'm about to just be quiet about this shit. I literally, I don't know about another woman out there, but I know about myself. I have a whole daughter by this nigga. I do it for her because she needs to know. People told me you shouldn't paint a picture of who her father is to her. She needs to get to learn that herself. Did you know that when a woman has a child or when a man has a child, it's their duty to guide their child? Do you know that? If I go in life and not telling her nothing, not saying nothing to her, not teaching her about shit, she gonna motherfucking go over there and go figure some shit out on her own and then get fucked up. I'm gonna tell my child everything she needs to know.
Views, bruh. What you about to hear? Like, I don't got no words.
seen it happen. I didn't want that to happen. They made him ashamed of his body. They showed him that he was naked. I did not want him to know he was naked. I said, son, look here. I didn't even want him to be in a world where he knew he was naked. I wanted my son to be so pure that he never knew he was naked.
Oh, whoops. I thought I was turning the volume up.
Sex in front of my kids.
Hold on.
I knew he was naked. I take bath with my kids. I'm naked with my kids. I have sex in front of my kids. I'll never be ashamed of sex. My son be breastfeeding and I'll be making love to his mom. That's me, bro. That's how I get down around kids. I try to keep their purity. I don't want to take their purity away by covering myself up. They're going to be ashamed and cover themselves up. And I'm pure at heart. So you can think in your mind, if I let another kid here, I'm going to have to change the way I am so that your kid can be comfortable around me. No, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm going to be naked as fuck in front of your kids. My son comes up and grabs my penis. I let him grab my penis. I had sex with his mom. I'm making love to his mother. After I'm done, I'm laying there chilling. He grabbed my penis. And he's playing with my penis. I let that happen. I say, yeah, look, you got one too. And he laughing. And the moment is over. It's pure. And if I do that with somebody else's kids, and you see how people turned on me over here? You see how people turn on me?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Later, much later, much later, much later.
After a 3-week investigation, Channel 2 Action News was there as officers took Eligio Bishop into custody. Channel 2's Dave Huddleston live now at DeKalb Police Headquarters. And Dave, Bishop supporters say, look, the group believes in nudity, they believe in nature, and that he's done nothing wrong.
But he's being held behind bars with no bond. It was on March 30th that DeKalb police got that tip, and we were right there, as you said, George, as the Special Victims Unit raided that home. Channel 2 Action News was right there when dozens of DeKalb officers descended on this brick home in a Decatur cul-de-sac Wednesday night. We saw dozens of officers, detectives, and a tactical team swarm the home on Arbor Chase. Several people were led away in handcuffs and put into squad cars. A nearby neighbor told us this man, Eligio Bishop, runs an online cult called Carbon Nation.
He controls them and do what he says, but like I said, lately it's been turning into abuse from what the neighbors been complaining about from what I hear.
Police would only tell us that Bishop was taken to the DeKalb County Jail on charges of rape, false imprisonment, and sharing sexually explicit content on social media. He's being held without bond. We went by the home Thursday afternoon, and several people who say they are Bishop's disciples came out and talked with me.
Basically, the police raided us on false allegations.
Musa says Bishop is their God, and as a group, they believe in nature, nudity, and kindness. He says those criminal accusations are from a disgruntled former member of the Carbon Nation family.
She's always free to leave. She's saying that she was here on false imprisonment when we have live documentation of us saying, hey, if you want to leave, you can leave. Nobody's forced to stay here.
And Musa said live documentation because Bishop and Carbon Nation shares their beliefs and teachings on social media. Now, we're still working to find out when he will face a judge for these very serious allegations. Reporting live from DeKalb County, Dave Huddleston, Channel 2 Action News.
And next, you see, we got Tyler Perry here in his movie Propaganda. His movie Propaganda goes back to the Willie Lynch, the Negro woman out in front and the male behind. All his characters, the main characters are women. They're high-minded. They're haughty. They're out in the front. They have an arc. They're not. They're having to run the show, and they got some weak beta male behind them. The male is never the lead character or lead role, and if he is, he's a damn coon. It's a reason for that. He got his character going to them gay clubs. This is why you don't see him with no wife or woman. He can't lay hands on nobody and cross-dress.
Go ahead. John the Apostle said what? Which say they are Jews. They say they are the children of God. And are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. A Christian man with a woman dress on, wearing makeup, parading down the street. Amen. Abomination. What kind of ignorance is this? My Lord. And people get offended because we speak so strong against it. Mm-hmm. I'm not a gay basher. Mm-hmm. I'm a sin killer. That's it. That's it. That's what I am. That's it. Every real man of God that walks earth. That's right. Is a sin killer. Amen. He attacked the deeds. That's it. Of the unrighteous. That's right. That's right. Doesn't matter if it's in your household. No. Your household, my household, nobody's household is exempted. That's right. That's right. Are you listening to the old troublemaker? Which say they are Jews. They say they are Jews. And are not. They're not. But are the synagogue of Satan. So you got synagogues. You got one of the largest synagogues in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm. A gay synagogue. You got mosque. The opening prayer of the Quran is called the Al-Fatiha. Mm-hmm. There's a gay organization that took on the name of the opening prayer, the title of it, and called them the Al-Fatiha homosexual Muslims. My Lord, my Lord. Baptist homosexual churches. My Lord. Apostolic homosexual churches. Oh, yes. Pentecostal homosexual churches. Amen. Look at the gospel singing industry. Look at it. You may not like what I'm saying, but you watch BET. Go ahead. Look at it. Go ahead. Men lit, shining like they got armor all on it. That's right. Am I right? That's right. Am I right? Yep. You're right. Men leading choirs. More feminine than the women on the choir. Go ahead, brother. Wow. Go ahead. And use patronizing. How can you buy tickets, my Lord, to a gospel show to look at gospel singing dykes? Amen. Gospel singing homosexuals. Go ahead. And you say you're Christians? My Lord. You are a liar. That's right. That's right. Go ahead. Don't mix. That's right. Let me say it again. God and entertainment. I ain't never seen this. Mix. Gino going on. If you knew the Bible, you would not buy a ticket to see such garbage. That's right. But again, we are ignorant, church-going, Bible-carrying suckers. Oh, yes. Let's see what God says about this madness. In Deuteronomy chapter 22 and at verse 5. Listen. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. You got women getting dressed up like men. Yeah. Want to wear pants like a man? Yeah. If you don't know no better, woman, I don't blame you. It's only because you don't have no teaching. That's right. But you want to wear low-rise jeans, showing where your backside begins? Yeah. And a thong hanging out of that? Man. With a tattoo over the separation of your backside? Go ahead. With no shame? No shame. You want to wear a skirt or a dress shorter than my jacket? Oh, yeah. With no shame? That's right. You want to put a tattoo on your breast? Mm-hmm. And then wear something low to show your cleavage? Yeah. Then when a man look at your breasts and says, you want to get angry, then cover up your turkey. That's right. Cover up your turkey. You're going to show it, and then want to get upset when a man look at it. That's right. what you showing so much of it for?
Amen.
And you men who want to get upset with other men because they looking at your woman. Don't get upset with him. You get upset with her. You let her come out half naked.
Go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
The book says,
the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man.
What else?
Neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
God said for a man, don't put on woman's clothes. How does God feel about a man putting on women's clothes?
For all that do so.
No, they're movie star.
All that do so.
Democrat.
All that do so.
Republican.
All that do so.
Sinner.
All that do so.
Entertainer.
All that do so.
Musician.
All that do so.
They're putting on a play.
All that do so.
All that do it
are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
Tyler Perry is committing abomination.
That's right. All that do so. Go ahead. Go ahead.
A grown man.
Preach it, brother.
Put on a wig to look like a woman.
That's right.
Fake breasts to look like a woman.
That's right.
Fake hips to look like a woman.
Amen. All that do so.
Make mockery. And if you look at all his plays and movies, they always center around somebody getting a new man and remarrying while the first wife or first husband is living. In other words, condoning divorce and justifying adultery.
That's right. That's right. Amen.
While he run around like a woman, committing every time he step his feet in those stockings.
My Lord.
He's pulling up.
Abomination.
Abomination.
That's right.
Every time he put on that fake woman suit.
Go ahead.
He's putting on.
Abomination.
Abomination.
Yeah.
Every time his makeup artist paint his lips.
Yeah.
Abomination on his mouth.
Right.
Fake eyelashes.
That's right.
Abomination.
That's right.
Powder puff.
Amen.
Abomination.
Yes.
Slap the wig on. Abomination.
Abomination.
God said
all that do so.
That do it.
All that do so.
Talk to me.
Are abomination. All that do so. All that do so.
God said
all that do so.
When movie stars, men, get dressed like women.
Go ahead.
It's an abomination.
Abomination.
You become rich by blasphemy.
That's right.
And when you pay tickets to see it and you know what's going on, you are contributing to blasphemy.
That's right.
When you buy a DVD and you know what's on there, you contribute to blasphemy.
Go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Not he that doeth the wrong,
Go ahead.
but he that hath pleasure.
Them that do it.
And them not do it. What's funny about a grown man dressed like a woman?
Amen.
This is where I first met Tyler Perry at this Monday night show. He used to freaking our Monday night shows quite regularly on gay nights, go through the back door, you know, on the trackside entrance, because we didn't open the front door.
Wait a minute, you sure you ain't got it messed up? Be sure he won't come doing the straight night in the warehouse on the other side?
No, the warehouse door was locked when we were up in there with our gay ass on Monday.
You sure?
Anyway,
All right, I'm just making sure you want your back clear.
I'm not saying that he was gay. I'm just saying that he was at the gay show.
He used to frequent it.
Message to try to throw him under the bus. No, I'm not trying to throw him under the bus. I'm just telling you all when I first met Tyler Perry. Because what really motivated me to tell y'all when I first met Tyler Perry, because you know, like when Tyler Perry did interviews with Oprah and everybody said, what you talking about with the time? What you talking about with the character, Madea? Oh, I get it from my aunties and growing up, my aunties and my aunts and blah, my grandmother. I used to see them and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, you know, I'm going to let him have that. But I moved here in 1999. Tyler Perry started coming to the show in 1999. When I moved here,
So he started coming as soon as you got here.
He would come to the show, he'd sit up under the spotlight, he would sit back down behind the camera, and he never wanted us to take photos, of him. He never wanted us to video him. And he said, you know, he even said, now, if they start taking pictures and stuff, you know, I'm leaving and da-da-da. So we respected his wishes because we knew how the media was, and if pictures got out of him in the club, you know, people could say, you know, Tyler Perry hanging out at this gay club, was he there, da-da-da, was he, you know, with somebody, da-da-da, da-da, is this his hang on, blah, 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 is he living two different lives? So we respected that. And then on top of that, it's Tyler Perry. And Tyler Perry put us in some of his movies. So it's like, okay, we respect his wishes. But after the show, Tyler Perry would always come up and tell me, you know, you crazy, you know, you stupid, and you know I'm going to put such and such you said in the show. So I'm just letting you know now, I'm going to write such and such, and I'm going to put that in the show. And one of my most famous lines that I said at the club one night, and he came and he told me that he was going to put it in the show, was my FUBU line. When I had went up to somebody and I said, "Woo, baby, you giving me FUBU," and they're like, "What? No, that's not FUBU. Yeah, you are fat, ugly, big, and uncomfortable." So he took that line and he put it in one of his plays. Oh man. So then, so Tyler Perry come back to the show, and then when Tyler Perry would come to the show, he would bring, you know, celebrities with him. Right. I remember Tyler Perry told me, he said, you crazy, but I'm gonna put you in one of my plays. I got you for my next play. I'm gonna put you in one of my plays. And blase, blase. I know everybody like when I say blase. So yeah, he said he's gonna put me in a play. So, you know, he come back and he said he's gonna put me in a play. So then he come to the show and no play, just come and get some more lines, get some more jokes. But he would give me a nice little tip. You know, he said he's gonna put something in the play. So you crazy now. He just giving this money. La. I said, okay, I'm waiting on him to put me in the play. So then he come back to 3 more shows. And, you know, I was like, okay. So I'm just waiting, you know, Tyler Perry gonna put me in the play. So then he comes to the show with Ann Nesbitt one night. Oh, yeah, so like, okay. So then Ann Nesbitt, they go on, Tyler Perry go on, next thing you know, Ann Nesbitt, Tyler Perry, next play. Well, that nigga told me he was gonna put me in the next play. What happened? Okay, well, don't say nothing, be cool, we got you for the next. Yeah. Then the next play comes, you know, Tyler Perry come to the show. I'm gonna put you in the play. You know you crazy. You know when you say such, you crazy. Nice tip. Give me a nice tip. So then, you know, months go by. Then here come Tyler Perry with Theatric Hicks in the show, to the show on Monday night. So it's like, after the show, it's like, what is Theatric Hicks doing here? What y'all doing here? Oh, we in town for rehearsal. Rehearsal for what? Tyler Perry new play. What? Tyler Perry said he's gonna put me in the play. He ain't put me in the play. So I said, okay. So then fast forward. So now all of a sudden, Tyler Perry bringing all these people to the play. He ain't put me in no play. So it don't look like he don't put me in a play. So I'm cool. You know, I'm content with just, you know, being over here. Tyler Perry used to come to the show all the time, sit in the back. And once I had a time to sit back and think about it, the reason that he didn't want us to take pictures and to video him while he was there was because he saw the bigger picture. Right. He coming to the show, he gonna steal all my shit, he gonna go and put on this wig, and he's gonna become Miss Sophia himself and call his Miss Sophia my dear. So it's like, oh my God. So everybody's like, oh my God, I can't believe Tyler Perry done stole all your stuff. You know, you with the gun and the purse, and I used to do, every time I do my show, I have something in my purse. I would have guns, knives, bricks, all of the stuff that he does, you know, as my dear, he come and he would, you know, it's stuff that he's doing. I used to do my Tina Turner. Tina Turner was one of the imitations that I always do. Hello everybody. I say, hello everybody. How you doing? You know, I do my Tina Turner. Tina Turner always in his show. You know, when he do my dip, Tina Turner in the show. So then it's just like Miss Sophia, the Color Purple. I do all my Color Purple stuff. Then Tyler Perry. When you see Tyler Perry, he doing Color Purple. Then everybody's like, he ain't stealing your stuff. Men been dressing up in wigs for years. You know, you ain't the first one to dress up in no wig. Right. No, I'm not. Flip Wilson was doing it. That's why I wanted to do it, because I saw Flip Wilson doing it. Then I see Eddie Murphy doing it. I see everybody doing it. Martin Lawrence doing it. Jamie Foxx doing it. You know, Robin Williams doing it. But the difference is, a lot of men that dress up in wigs, they are not saying the same exact lines that I say at my gay club that Miss Tyler Perry has been coming to lifting these lines. That Tyler Perry has been coming to lifting these lines. The exact same lines. No edit, not add nothing extra to it. So, you know, I just try to be the bigger person next time. Like all the gay people, like, you need to sue him. You need to stop letting him come to the show. He ain't doing nothing but stealing your shit and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, cool out, y'all. He gonna put me in the movie. He said gonna put me in the movie. Blah, 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 blah. So then, damn, you know, never got that out.
Second Timothy 2:3-6-7. For of this sort, because he sells most of his movies to single black women. For of this sort, and he also doesn't have any positive things about marriage. For of this sort are they which creep up into houses and lead captive silly women laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts. These movies don't exist in real life. Now, you might have a piece of the romance. I'm not saying that ain't going to be no romance, no love, no caring, no tenderness. You're going to have that. But you're also going to have the hard times and the struggles too, and the moments where y'all just kind of chilling. It's going to be a lot of that. You know, but it's not going to always be, we're going to Paris, we're going to France, we're going to New York, we're going to LA, we're going here. He bought me a car, she bought me a truck, kids, this, Gucci, this. It's not going to be that. A lot of times it's going to be y'all sitting on the couch like Al Bundy and Peggy. And you got to think, can you deal with that person for a lifetime just sitting on the couch, sitting on the porch, taking the kids to the park, regular stuff. It says here, ever learning and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. All this knowledge out here, all this learning and this and that, and all these keywords and trigger words, and still can't come to the knowledge of what's going on. So we're going to get into the simp foe square here, because this is some more men. And with these men, again, the only reason I'm addressing these men is I'm addressing the role that they have towards you sisters. This video is really for y'all. It's for the men as a reference, but it's really for you sisters. I'm trying to get y'all the game, tell y'all to pray for discernment, so that y'all don't fall victim to what you see these women out here falling victim to. I want y'all to be the set apart, that remnant that's going to make the difference. This is going to help you be that remnant. Because why? Not because of me and my videos or Hebrew tribes, because we're dealing with the word on this side. We're not dealing with no philosophy of man. We're not going on feelings. We're not going on emotions. We're going on what the word says, and we have to answer to who inspired this word. At the end of the day, me, you, our children, everybody. So we're going to get into these simps. They lead you astray. They want you to follow your heart, and like it says, your heart could be, in Jeremiah, if your heart isn't for the Lord, what does it say? Your heart is what? Wicked. That's why you have to let your mind, how many times, like I've said this, even with brothers, how many times has your heart led you astray?
Hello?
Hey, you have a second?
Yeah.
Well, I want to tell you, well, first, you're on air.
I'm sorry?
I said you're on air.
Hey, Gia. Hi.
Hey, Gia. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I just want to tell you that right now my life is effed up. It's like I'm really in a bad space, and I'm sorry. I know that I haven't been loyal. I haven't been honest. I haven't been the husband I should have been. I know I haven't been your companion. I haven't been there for you, especially during the time of your pregnancy. And I take full responsibility for everything that I've ever done to you, anything that I ever treated you bad and not treating you like the queen that you are. I will do anything and die making you feel the way that you should. I completely blame myself for every mistake that I've made. I regret everything. And I'm sorry. I am truly and honestly sorry, dear. You are my world. You are my baby. You are my love, and I love you. And I'm just saying this from the bottom of my heart. I am sorry, and I love you.
I love you too. Am I dreaming? Are you really on air right now?
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you call me after the show and we can finish this conversation.
Yeah, I just want to say that Envy has been not himself at all lately, and I think he doesn't know what he needs to do to try to, make things right at home. So he felt like he needed to just publicly apologize for anything that he's done and, try to figure how you guys could work it out.
I just want to say I love you.
I love you too.
I love you too, Gia. We all love you. We want the best for you guys.
You call me after the show. All right?
All right.
Hell no, to the no, no, no. Yeah, to the no, hell to the no, to the no, no, no. Listen.
I want y'all to claim what you want, okay? Ladies, if you can hear the sound of my voice, I want to send positive energy out to you. I want you to claim what's yours. I want you to speak it into existence. Taylor, don't you hide behind Sam and Aaliyah. You prayer.
Okay. Why do you know a single woman's prayer?
Because God touched my heart this morning and told me the words to say.
Okay.
Bow your heads and let us pray.
All right.
Okay, do y'all have your sheets with you? Because I want y'all to speak this into fruition. Taylor, you come up. You better stop it, Taylor. You're going to get exactly what you keep asking for, which is nothing.
Yeah, let's go.
Now I lay me down to sleep.
Now, come on, ladies.
We say no in unison.
That he is gainfully employed and won't whip my ass when he's annoyed. Pulls out my chair and opens my door. Massages my back and begs to do more. Oh, send me a man who will make love to my mind and knows what to say when I ask how fat is my behind. Advance.
And now I'll just wait.
What?
For I know you will send him before it's too late.
Amen.
Or you could just end up with Charlamagne.
Amen.
No.
Hell no. Come on.
Your religion, but if you want to believe that God took a rib out of a man to make a woman because you have been so trained to look down on women, you have been so trained to view the women as less than the man that you would rather believe God took a rib out of a white man to make a black woman. You would believe God took a rib out of a white man to make a black woman because you don't want to accept the fact that the first human being was a woman, a womb. A womb man was first, because only if you have a womb man can she give birth to more. I'm an African. I'm sorry. No religion comes before my people. No religion will ever be more important than my people. I don't care what you teach, what you believe. I respect you, but your religion will never come before my people.
How much stuff have you heard over this TV thing, this program come across that is retarded? That's totally retarded. You got niggas running around talking about the woman is God.
She is.
The white man is
the
devil.
She is.
The white man.
The woman is God. The black woman is God.
The woman is our God. How did she get the baby in her womb?
See.
Conceptually, is our God. How did she get the baby in her womb?
See.
How did she get the baby in her womb?
See.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man? Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Oh, thank you so much. And I've talked about that in the past. There is a market for that on YouTube. It's not just on YouTube, but in general, where these black men, their whole platform is about bashing black women. You know, what's interesting about it is all of them are failures in male-female relationships. So you got losers in male-female relations telling these other men talking shit, and all they do is talk shit about women. That's not going to prepare these other men to be in positive, loving relationships with women. It's going to teach them how to be failures. It's very damaging. Not only is it damaging to these young men who are watching this bullshit, but it's also damaging to the women who tune in, and you know, it can be very hurtful.
So those were the Simp Chronicles. Okay, so let's get we're gonna read a couple stories about marriage and relationships in the Bible, okay? Just to show how when you're dedicated to submitting to those roles, women submit to their role, men submit to their role, and the family unit, the family structure, under the guidance of the Most High, nothing can go wrong. Well, I'm saying nothing can. You're going to have issues. But I'm saying you're going to have a foundation to where nothing will fall apart. Let me put it like that. Nothing will fall apart. Okay? Ruth 4:7-10. Now this was the manner in former time in Israel concerning redeeming and concerning changing, for to confirm all things. A man plucked off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. And this was the testimony in Israel. So when a man wanted to marry a woman, he would take off the shoe, give it to his neighbor. It was a custom that they had. Therefore the kinsman said unto Boaz, buy it for thee. So he drew off the shoe. And not just your neighbor, but whoever you were, your wife was from. And Boaz said unto the elders and unto all the people, ye are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Emelech's and that was Chilion's and Mahlon's of the hand of Naomi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess is the wife of Mahlon, have I purchased to be my wife, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, and the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brethren, and from the gate of his place. Ye are witnesses this day. Next verse they all said we're witnesses. Y'all might be saying, okay, what they got to do with it? Well, Ruth and Boaz, they bore the grandfather of David, who through that bloodline came Christ. Yes, indeed. Back in Ruth. So Ruth wasn't, I'm an independent woman, I don't need no. Ruth understood the importance of family. Naomi understood the importance of it. Y'all need to read that. That book of Ruth is deep, to say the least. But yeah, the family unit. So if she would have been on that, it would. What about the prophecy of Christ? You feel me? She played a role in that. So did Boaz. That family unit, man, is so important, man. It's the reason why kids join gangs and do crazy stuff, and the family unit ain't structured right. Genesis 16:1-2. Now Sarah, Abraham's wife, bare him no children, and she had a handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarah said unto Abraham, behold, now the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I pray thee, go unto my maid. It may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarah. Now I'm not saying that was the Most High's plan per se originally, because it wasn't. His plan was Isaac by Sarah. But the thing about it is, Sarah was the one that spoke on the concubine. Okay, so, and was in agreement with it. So again, you brothers beat these women, crying, oh, you need to do this. If she ain't about it, bro, and that's what I'm saying, like, and that, like I said, it's like I said, a lot of people ain't been through one marriage, so you trying to get marriage with multiple, man, it's got to be a one mind, man. It's hard for two people to be in one mind. You're talking about 3 and 4 people. Just a thought, because let's see what happens in the story. We're going to go to Jubilees 17, 4-7. And Sarah saw Ishmael playing and dancing, and Abraham rejoicing with great joy. She became jealous of Ishmael and said to Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman will not be heir with my son Isaac. And the thing was grievous in Abraham's sight because of his maidservant and because of his son, that he should drive them from him. And Iaesa said to Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the child and because of the bondwoman. In all that Sarah has said unto thee, hearken unto her words and do them, for in Isaac shall thy name and his seed be called. So here he's telling Abraham to listen to his woman. Why? Because what she's speaking is biblical, it's scriptural, it's truth. That's why. Not just listen to her, hear her roar. No, she's actually speaking something that's true. And he did so. And there's more to that story too. But he didn't just cast them off and not deal with Ishmael either. He went and checked up on Ishmael and gave Ishmael advice through his life. Okay? So, just some words to the wise there. Just because you got kids and y'all ain't together, still got to be taken care of with not just the financial side, but the time, man. Please remember time and effort. But as for the son of this bondwoman, I will make him a great nation because he is of thy seed. So that's the Ishmaelites. You know, that's a lot of the darker skinned Arabs, especially many of them also, they identify with Ishmael. Okay, with Islam and everything else. Okay, so again, but Abraham and Sarah, that was the foundation. Isaac, Jacob, 12 tribes, baby. Family structure according to who? The father. Genesis 29, 20 and 30. And Jacob served 7 years for Rachel, and they seemed unto him but a few days for the love he had for her. So again, there's a love aspect in it. There is. And he went in also unto Rachel, and he loved also Rachel more than Leah, and served with him yet 7 other years. So he worked 7 years for each wife. Why? That's the providing part. That's why when he left Laban's house, he had something. He had a flock. He had his wives. He had substance to take care of them. Gotta remember, man, it's Jacob, man. 12 tribes, baby. Section, what section is this? 6. Okay, this is where the sisters got to make a choice, the Eve or the Ashtaroth. Okay, Eve made a mistake, true enough, but Eve got right. Okay, Ashtaroth is straight diva worship. So that's why I say there's a difference between sin and a sinful lifestyle. Sin is, I've been doing good, I'm young, I don't, really got my feet planted yet. I hit a lick and I steal something. Then I realize, man, that ain't the way to go. I get on my feet and I don't do it anymore. I stay the path. I may have other short pitfalls or whatever, but I don't get into a life of theft and burglary. A sinful lifestyle is I'm young, my feet ain't planted, I'm trying to get it. I'm gonna go out here and rob houses. That's how I'm gonna live. That's different. One, I just hit one lick. I was like, nah, I made it out, or maybe I got caught up, went to jail, got out, and got my life straight. That's a sin. But a simple lifestyle is when you continue in that. Okay, that's the difference between Eve and Ashtaroth. Ashtaroth is a continuance of I'm gonna do what I want, regardless of what the words say. But 1 Corinthians 14, 34 through 35, it says, let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law. So this is Paul, right? He's talking about what the law says. Okay? I'm going to break this down. And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home, for it is a shame for women to speak in the church. Okay? It's not saying a woman can't say praise his name or Kal Yadahayim. Some women say hallelujah. It's not saying that a woman can't say that in the church, but it's saying for a woman to rule over a congregation of both men and women, you won't find it in the scripture. They can prophesy, they can speak, they can teach other women. They can just put out whatever the most, they can do that. Like, there's sisters I follow online, they don't have a church. They just get online and prophesy or speak truth to power. And what I do, I salute that. Now, if they say, hey, I'm starting so-and-so church and I'm the pastor, I'm not going to support that. Because you won't find anywhere in scripture, yes, women were judges, women were doctors, women held high titles all over this. There's a book called Judges. Deborah was a judge. Okay? So I'm not against women holding high titles, but when it comes to her being a pastor over a church of women and men, that's not biblical. Okay? At all. That's what he's saying there. He's not saying they can't speak at all. He's saying they're not supposed to speak in the church setting. And I tell people when they fight me on this, just find me one woman pastor in the Bible and we can be done with it. Find me one woman that preached over a congregation of men and women like Moses did. Just find me one. They can't do it. And another thing, ask their husbands at home, because this is where it, and this is also a safeguard. When women come to me and they're asking me questions, they email me, message me, talk to me, whatever, and ask me questions about the word, one of my videos, my posts, and it's a part of a doctrine they haven't heard or part of a verse that they haven't had broken down. They're like, oh, so it says that? And I'm breaking it down to them because they're like, oh, because, you know, we follow this in my house. And I'm like, well, look, this is what it says. This is the information. Boom, boom, boom. Take this to your husband, and y'all sit and y'all congregate and build on that. And, you know, take it to him. Take it to your head. Now that you got it, not saying you can't get it, but take it home to him. Because this is where the waters get murky with a lot of these brothers I've seen in the church and in the truth and in these camps. I'm telling y'all for real. They'll get a brother's wife and she'll be like, oh, he dropping knowledge. And they'll get to talking to him and they'll be like, oh, my husband, you know, he follows this. Oh, no, well, baby, that's the wrong Sabbath because he ought to be doing this. And really, man, he out of order. I done seen dudes do this and take the woman from the man. They sitting there dropping this knowledge and will tell her, you need to leave your husband because he teaching wrong, he moving wrong, you need to get with me. And the woman will do that. And what will happen? You know, broke up a home. Instead of telling her, take this home, take this solid foundation to piece up that piece that may be missing in your home that y'all don't know about. And then, you know, I would tell them, hey, your husband hit me up. Because I don't want the brother to think I'm trying to push up on you or nothing. I have respect for the order of marriage. It wasn't always like that with me when I was young. I didn't really care. Not that I would go out looking for married women. I didn't do that now. But it was a time, you know, when you separate or whatever. Like, I'm not on that. I've been off of that years and years and years. The Most High showed me back then before I even knew anything, a Hebrew word. You feel me? But this is the truth about it. It has to go back to that order. And that's what Paul was saying here. Not saying women can't learn or speak on anything. Proverbs 21:9, it is better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than with a brawling woman in a wide house. And that's the truth, man. And that is definitely a proverb. Okay? No man wants to deal, like when it says women keep silent, we're like a silent, quiet woman. It's not saying that you got to sit there like a wallflower. It's saying we don't want a woman like Craig's girlfriend on Friday. That's what the word is saying. Ecclesiastes 26:23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Most High, one that feareth the highest. So again, you deal with the high, put him first, he'll add those things unto you. But a wicked woman is given to a wicked man. You know, when she's out here with 3-foot long nails and fake hair all the way down and fake eyelashes and breasts out, booty out and 6-inch heels, and then sitting around wondering, you know, where all the good men at? Well, they're not looking at you as a wife. You're not presenting. Not to say you got to dress like a nun, but like Dave Chappelle say, if you got on a uniform, you play for the team. You may be a bench rider. You may not even be out on the court like that. But if you got on a uniform, you play for the team. Understand that. So a man's level of importance starts with the Most High and the Messiah. The Most High and Messiah. That's Old Testament, New Testament, Apocrypha, the word of the Most High. That's first. Number two, his job and our career. If he's an entrepreneur, his business. Why? Because that's what sustains him. That's what comes second. Number three is his family. That's his wife and children. And why would you say, why would he put that woman first? That song, John, he put that woman first? No, because if you put her first, what happens to the Most High? What happens to his job and career? Men have run out of their wits for women. That's what happens because they're putting this woman above that. Why can't he put her above his job and career? Well, how is he going to provide for that woman? When the lights go off or the rent ain't paid and notices is on the door, love ain't going to keep that stuff going. He got to provide. That way he can protect and nourish that family. He like they say, he go out and kill and rob and steal. Not that he should rob and steal, but he go out there and work and grind and get it to bring it home to the house. So you heard, even though I don't rock with everything Biggie said, when he said he was out there selling, it was because his daughter needed Pampers. A lot of brothers went down there. I know I did. So I'm not saying that to stay there in that route, but it was to provide. That's a little my testimony. But the 5 R's I like my sisters to follow. The 5 R's. Number one, reflect. Reflect on what I'm saying here. Reflect on your life. Have you known women that's been indoctrinated by this feminism that's teaching them to go astray from the word? Teaching them to beat down a man, to run in a man's role and then complain about the pressures that come with that role. Reflect on that. Is anything in my life that I've done or I've seen, at least, our friends, family, you've seen this. This is like, you can open your front door, get on YouTube, get on TikTok. I'm only showing you a fraction because I didn't want this to go too long. Retreat from the world. Not saying you're following the world, but continue to retreat from it. Continue to retreat from it. Continue to stay away from it. What you need to retreat from, so you can do what? Review. That's the 3rd R. Review. Review how they're telling you, oh, sister, you this, you that, you the best, you this, you that. They're buttering you up. Like a guy told me, and this is back in school, like when a female run up on you, oh, you looking good, ooh, where you from, this and that. Oh yeah, you want to come back to the crib? And she bad, she fine, and you know you ain't all of that. She trying to rob you, bro. And these men that's doing that, they trying to rob you, sis. I don't know, I gotta be straight. And renew your mind. Renew your mind to what the Most High says. Renew your mind to what His purpose is for you. You dig what I'm saying? About what we discussed in the beginning. About the help me, about the family, the household, the children. Do you want that? Well, you're going to have to get with a man that's following his structure and be all that to him. Complete the family unit in the household. I already went through a couple of them. And reload that armor and keep busting. Now that you retreated, boom, you got the scripts, you got the knowledge, you got the wisdom, the discernment to see what's what, praying on it, putting the Most High first, then you can reload and go back and continue that fight, the flesh against the spirit. The spirit against the flesh. The spirit is gonna be what should conquer the flesh. You dig what I'm saying? Because if that flesh conquers, you know, like they say, your flesh will send you to hell and won't show up. You feel me? So you want to be on the right side when it's all said and done. And the last R, extra R, is reality. Deal with reality. Okay, 1 to millionaire, billionaire, trillionaire, all this and vacation and Porsche trucks and everything that they're showing to you to make merchandise of you because, like the Willie Lynch said, you're good economics. Don't even worry about that. Don't even worry about that. Because that's what the pagans worry about, what they will eat, what they will drink, and all that. all that extra stuff when you're being provided for. There's a lot of times where I've seen where, like I've shown some of these clips, like women will leave a good marriage, leave a good household, think the grass is green on the other side because that's what's shown to. Oh, wow, this, the party, this. And I've seen women leave marriages, plenty of marriages, because they think it's something better out there. It's a party going on that they're missing. And they get out there and they realize it ain't nothing but a bunch of men trying to get over on you. And a lot of women telling you what you want to hear.
Message. Over the church, I feel in my spirit. I got a witness. Put your witness to sleep. That's why God gave you a father. That's why he gave you a pastor. I'm not getting nobody to say nothing because I don't care what God is leading you to do. If your pastor do not approve of it, you can't go. I feel led. No, you feel like sitting down. Well, Pastor, I think you're wrong. The devil is a liar. God ain't never told you to check your pastor. God ain't never gave you permission to correct the man of God. Oh, I'm gonna, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord Jesus, Lord, Pastor, I want to talk to you because I'm offended by something you did. How dare you? How dare you? You still wet behind your ears. You are a dumb sheep. How dare you sit in the man of God's office telling him what you don't like about him? How dare you do that? God, you told me to do this. Now I feel him hating on me, so you're going to have to help me. You're going to have to help me, God.
And the other part of it is, ladies, if you don't know what he likes, figure it out. Get a book. Go get some porn. Do something. Whatever. If he likes to watch porn with him. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to get where you're going to go. Watch porn with him. You know what I mean? It's like, you got to get where you're going to go. Figure it out.
Sonia fell on the floor. Now, here's the thing, guys. Okay, I'm going to clear some stuff up because I know the church world. John and I don't watch porn. We have never watched porn together.
I stay in my own lane.
Okay, we don't. He doesn't watch porn without me because y'all are like that. And I'm gonna clear up because I know y'all just like breaking out. And we're not advocates of saying go outside, but what he's saying is educate yourself on sexuality. That's what he's saying. He's not saying get addicted to porn. He's saying educate yourself. If you're gonna sit there and say we don't know what to do, get educated.
Getting ready to open some things up to you. In 08 is going to be a new beginning, a year of fatness, a year of fertility. And some of you know you're getting ready for your breakthrough because you keep getting disruptions. The enemy comes and distracts you. He sends disruptions and you have to deal with things that aren't really a part of your destiny. You're having to get off the main thing and deal with those things because people are starting rumors on you and saying things about you, and undiscerning religious voices are speaking things over you that cannot hear from God. And so something's wrong with you, but it's not what they're saying is wrong. And so now you've got to go deal with that dilemma. I want you to know something. Your praise is about to break even because of your loan to the Lord. And I am here to declare to you that because you have loaned to the Lord, come on, because you have loaned to God, because God says your praise is about to pay off. I've got a word for some somebody right now. Your praise is about to pay off, and it says, because you loan to the Lord. Listen, I've invested a little in my life, and I can tell you something. I've had good interest. I know, you can get that 3%, 7%, but I asked the Lord to lead me, and I've seen some stocks and some things return at not just 10% or 20%, but I've seen some 40%, and boy, on a windfall, maybe even some 67 and 100%. And I've seen, I said, wow, look at that. But that is only what a banking system or a company or a man or a person could do. But look what the Lord will do. And there are going to be some people that look and say what you walk out in 2008, your fatness and fertility, they're going to say, you don't deserve that. How'd that happen? That shouldn't be happening to you. You say, maybe not, but I'm walking out as grace, and grace is favor. And I say to you, the best is yet to come. God is about to favor you. The grace of God is going to visit your family and visit your ministry and visit your life. And all you have to do is walk it out, because your praise has a payday. And now I'm telling you, before the end of this year, you better get up and put some works with your faith. Write your dedication, because there is a book deal coming to you. Go ahead, start looking for property. You're going to build the building. Go ahead and get the wedding dress. Go ahead, start studying and everything you've got, and get ready. You're going to preach that gospel. Go ahead, open the bank account. I know you only have $2.19 to put in it, but it's going to fund the kingdom of God. And you go ahead and write your dedication, and go ahead, write it now. But Paula, I don't see it. Romans chapter 4. Those things that are not as though they were, it shall come to pass. This is your year of new beginnings. I will always love you. Write your dedication, because if God said it, that settles it.
We're so glad you've been with us for Praise the Lord. TBN has a worldwide ministry.
We're never going to mature and develop godly character until we learn to live with the all-seeing eye on us all the time. I mean, we're never going to mature and develop godly character until we learn to live with the all-seeing eye on us all the time. I mean,
the biggest party that ever been had. They had my Jesus in the floor, and they were standing on his back, jumping up and down, laughing, jumping up and down, laughing, and he had become sin. Don't you think that God was pacing, wanting to put a stop to what was going on? All the hosts of hell were up on him. Up on him. Up on him. The angels are in agony. All the creation is groaning. All the host of hell was upon him. Up on him. They got on him. They got him down in the floor and got on him. And they were laughing and mocking. Ah, ha, 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 ha. You trusted God, and look where you ended up. You thought he'd save you and get you off that cross. He didn't. Ha, ha, ha. You thought he'd save you and get you off that cross. He didn't. Ha, ha, ha.
in the right way. And really, most of the things that are a blessing to me in my life now, what I know, the depth of what I know,
knowing God has all come in the most difficult times in my life. Not the easiest.
I think that's why God has used you. You can understand the listener, and that's what we are about right now. But God is doing some great things. I know people like you on television and so on. You see the growth of the church in China and the incredible response to the gospel in the Middle East. So, maybe the focus will shift and the missionaries will start coming from the East, which may be a good switch right now. So God's doing some great things.
Well, welcome back. Dr. Rabbi Zacharias is with me today, and we're getting ready to discuss the question, what is truth? What is truth?
It's interesting in the Gospel of John, the 18th chapter. And you're such a great Bible teacher in these things. I'm sure you dealt with it before. You're such a great Bible teacher in these things. I'm sure you dealt with it before. You're such a great Bible teacher in these things. I'm sure you dealt.
But won't be there when it all falls apart. So Ecclesiasticus 26 and 24. This is some wisdom from the book of wisdom or the book of Sirach. It says, a dishonest woman contempteth shame, but an honest woman will reverence her husband. You don't get on here and bash your husband. A dishonest woman, she brings shame. That's true. All this, cheating and don't know about it and all this stuff, women getting busted, that's shameful. Especially when it's online, it's good luck. Ecclesiastes 42 and 14. Better is the churlishness of a man than a courteous woman. A woman, I say, which bringeth shame and reproach. So that's just saying a friendly woman, come up and see me sometime, the man's supposed to approach. Not saying that a woman can't say, hey, I'm feeling you or this and that, but when she's constantly chasing men, that's not a good thing. You don't want to be the Nikki to a Professor Ogilvy. You know what I'm saying? That's funny for a show, but that's not cool in real life. You know what I'm saying? Ecclesiasticus 25 and 23. A wicked woman abateth the courage and make a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress maketh weak hands and feeble knees. Did you see Jada comforting Will? Even though we know it's a show. But what can we take from that? Did she comfort him when he was going through it? No, he had men go over there and comfort him. That's his wife's job. A real wife, I love some of the women's response to that, and I praise the Most High for you. And y'all was like, I would have said, baby, don't worry about it. This is your night. You about to do this. Don't even worry about it. But see, Jada ain't on that mindset. But real men, we need a woman with that mindset. So I bless y'all. Y'all are definitely needed and definitely appreciated. Ecclesiasticus 26 and 9. The whoredom of a woman may be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. These 3-foot-long eyelashes, ladies. And I don't speak for all men, but dang near all of them we don't care about. I never once heard a brother say in the history of niggerdom, boy, she had some fine eyelashes. Boy, them eyelashes was bad. We don't care. Okay? We don't care. Okay? Ecclesiastes 25 and 22. A woman, I already read that. Okay, let me get down here. Ecclesiastes 36 and 22. The beauty of a woman cheereth the countenance, and a man loveth nothing better. Let me tell y'all something. When I was in the secular doing my music and things, I used to hang around models and just women that was maybe they were just party girls like the party, but not saying they were party like this. All I did was party, but they were like models, and they were in the poetry scene, the acting scene, but they were just beautiful women, and I hung around them. Not on no sexual liaison thing, but because I just enjoy being in the presence of beautiful women. And for two, I never wanted to be that every brother that been around another brother that act like he ain't never seen no booty before. He ain't never seen no beautiful woman before. He never seen breasts before. You can't bring this man out nowhere with you, because he gonna be like that wolf, that old wolfie with the tongue hanging out, ruining the party for everybody because he done pushed up on some dude girl, or he done disrespected some woman because he can't control himself. I've never been that dude, but I wanted to make sure I wasn't going to ever be that dude. So I enjoyed the company of women. You dig? Even when I went to school, I sold women's shoes. So I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for women. I have a lot of respect for women. That's why I'm giving y'all the game. I have a lot of respect. And when I see people going off, men or women, I'm going to speak on it, because that's what I've been called to do. But I'm not doing it out out of trying to make nobody feel bad. I'm trying to give you the game. You dig what I'm saying? Like they say, they need everybody need a friend that's an a-hole. Why? Because that friend gonna tell you the truth. Why? I ain't trying to be no a-hole, but I'm trying to tell you the truth. Okay, and this goes again to Sirach 25 and 22, 25 and 21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. And a lot of men, even though I think some of that MGTOW stuff goes way left because those brothers are still hurt from an ex-girlfriend, or they haven't reached that age of maturity yet. And I can see it because I've been through the hurt and the pain. I didn't go that far left, but I understand where some of them are coming from. And this is one of the points I do understand when they're saying the beauty of a woman. You just looking at her beauty. You don't know how she thinks, how she feels, how she acts, how she carries herself. You're just stumbling at her beauty and you want her for pleasure. And then once they get that pleasure, have a child with her, then they're like, oh no, what have I done? Then you start to worry about what's important. And women make the same mistake. They look at a man, oh, you good, this and that, and not look at the long term. You look at long-term goals. What do you have? Do they match up? Do y'all both have the same type of energy when it comes to that? Because one thing that feminism have done to y'all is basically told you to live in the moment. That's why that whole sexuality push and all that, having a bunch of partners, that's celebrated in feminism. Okay, Ecclesiastes 3 and 2, for the Lord hath given the father honor over the children and hath confirmed the authority of the mother over the son. So this is another thing I follow. I'm not going to sit up there and teach nobody's child unless I clear it with the parents. They say, hey, can you speak to my son? Can you speak to my, this child, maybe my niece that I'm, have custody of. I make sure I talk to the parent first because I don't want to step on no toes and I'm not going to tell them nothing wrong. You dig what I'm saying? I'm going to tell them to do the right thing by the word. Again, that's why the opinions are cool, but we got to have a foundation in the word. Because if your opinion goes against the truth, it really don't matter. It's spittle. And the last one for my sisters. And I love y'all. I really do. If y'all ain't get nothing from this lesson, listen to this last verse. I hope you got something. Been on here a while. But Romans 12 and 2. And be not conformed to this world, but be transferred by the renewing of your mind. Don't be conformed to feminism and this whole diva movement. When you're basically deifying yourself. When Satan said ye shall be gods, he's still selling that through transhumanism. We got some things we're gonna get into these next couple of videos, but this has been something that's been on my heart because it's like I think it needs to be put out there in a way that the Most High gonna have me put it out there. You need to renew your mind. Don't be that WAP, that party, that city life, that twerk fest and TikTok challenge and OnlyFans. See, they don't come at none of that. They want you to objectify. They basically took the feminism that's took the role of the men that they bash. Think about it. They got you out there twerking, doing all this, but they tell you when a man tell you to do it, it's oppression. Ain't it oppression when you're doing it to yourself? Because it's right and it's wrong. Is it right or wrong? You did? So renew your mind from that. That you may prove what is good, what is right, and acceptable in the perfect will of the Most High and higher. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and leave. Thank y'all for watching. Please, y'all, if you know somebody that's going through this attack of feminism in their life and is out here struggling, out living outside of the word of the Most High, or maybe not know what he said concerning that practice, man, send them this video. You may save a life. You may save a family. You may save a whole family. Because we don't sit down enough and have these conversations, because what's shown to us in large masses is the arguments, but not the good conversations. And there's plenty of it. But just like the women speaking truth, from Pink Book Lessons to my sister Sola to Lioness Yah, love y'all sisters, man. Y'all, it's many that I follow on my page, and we sit and we talk, and it's like that conversation is not put out right. Between men and women, and we need our sisters to take accountability and also check those sisters, because it's easier, I feel like, than hearing it from you, somebody that is a woman that does know what y'all go through as far as you're going through it, and see this for what it is. This feminism for what it is nothing good. It's given to you to destroy you. The enemy has learned not to destroy us, but to give us the tools to destroy us. That's why he gives us feminism. He gives us crack. He's legalizing his weed, not so we can smoke and be relaxed, so that we can be high and not sober and not concentrated on what we need to do as a goal, as the people of the Bible. He never wants us to discover that and walk as that. Because no matter what, the world is following us. When we do right, the world was following us. And when we're doing wrong, the world is following us. But the Most High is going to judge between the what, the sheep, and the goats. So all that greatest of all time, that goat that everybody want to be, no, you need to be a sheep for the Most High and a lion, tribe of Judah, for your shot. You dig what I'm talking about? So with that being said, I hope this encouraged y'all. I hope this enlightened y'all. Hit me up in the comments. Let me know, your testimonies. I love for the women to speak up on this one. Help some other sisters. I've seen how things I did in the past have helped, and I want us to be a great nation again. Make Israel great again. So with that being said, shalom, shalom. One love from your Ak, G Militia. Peace.
Y'all know what it is. Now I'm talking about silent weapons for silent wars, nigga. Hey. Slide down 35, quiet as hearses ride. Certain eye, chosen by the one who determined time through burning fire. Dead all rely, outlaw, boxing them southpaw. Suited up in fatigues, heavy armor, they letting rounds out. Follow Yasha doctrine, might bleed the west out this eagle's nest. Let's pause for the reset, buying choppers and V-necks. Read the best, but no DJ Khaled. Romans then raided Caesar's palace. My pineal gland that provides an advantage. No squares, ask around about all of my prior habits. Pocket traffic, getting the trap out again while I was slamming. System blasting, hitting them harder than Mr. Busy Carter. Can't tell the difference often from thugs and them prima donna bosses. They slave traded our profits, this what a Holocaust is. Just think, Yasharala, what did all of this cost? These walkers, but you holler, you conscious, hot than August. Harbor to harbor, sharks in the water, then Sodom Gomorrah.
Get the music.